Ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Hey, let's see. I appear to be live. I think I am live. Ba-ba. Let me wait. This is gonna let me do that first. Listen. Hello, hello. Checking some sounds. It seems to be all right. All right. Good shit. Okay, okay. Hi and hello and school. I am back from the dead. First stream in what, like 6, 7 months, something like that, maybe even more. Oh boy. Yeah, I had some personal stuff to deal with. And I also, once I started to get back into content creation, I started to focus more on YouTube. So I've been posting a bunch of stuff there. But streaming is a lot of fun, so I wanted to get back into it a little bit. So this is first stream back in a long time. And we're gonna have a little ad break, it seems. Perfect. I'll wait out 3 minutes. Oh. But anyway, I am here right now because there's been a I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter. God damn it, that game is so fun and it's so good. Despite, I mean, it does have a lot of performance issues, problems, and hopefully they'll fix that. Jimmy split. But it's been okay for me. I have a pretty decent computer, and if I lower the graphics enough, it's fine. It's as long as you're able to play it, the gameplay itself is actually really fun and awesome. And this is that was my first Monster Hunter Wilds. So quite quite a surprise because I always thought that I did not I wouldn't like that game, that it wasn't for me. Because the game seemed very clunky and very slow, and I very much dislike being stuck like animation locked. I think that is awful typically. But for some reason, specifically with Monster Hunter, it seems quite fine. It seems quite alright. Loki! Hi! What's up, man? Holy shit, you're alive? I know I should have. Wait, my chat paused for some reason. I knew I should have left the oven on, yeah. Yeah, I'm alive, man. I'm alive. Somehow. Um I've had some dealings in the real world for quite some time. And I focused a bit on YouTube, but I'm back now, baby. Oh, thank you for the subscription as well. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Yeah, it's been quite a while, but I'm back, and I'm gonna try to do regular streams. I'm gonna try to keep at it a bit, but I'm doing more focused on YouTube right now. Um, but where was I? Yeah, Monster Hunter. Yeah, so I've been playing that a lot. I've been having a lot of fun with it. And I didn't think I would. I thought it was gonna be clunky and animation lock is awful, but for that game, somehow it works. It just feels. It just makes like every movement, everything you do is very important, and like you need to kind of plan ahead a little bit, And if you manage to do that, then hey, it's all good. I told Serenity that I haven't seen you a while. Even she missed seeing you around. Welcome back. Aw. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back. For more shenanigans. Yeah. I am going to watch. There's been a new Monster Hunter update. And I'm gonna watch that. Because I haven't seen it yet. It was released like a few days ago. But I've hold off on watching it. Snow! What? You're back too? Crazy. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. The whole gang's here. Let me switch over to, there we go. We'll do a little something like this. So I haven't seen this showcase for March 2025. I believe that's the new update and stuff like that. 2 days ago. Yeah. So I haven't watched this yet. So I want to watch it. You gotta get Repo eventually and play with me. Yeah, sure. I would love to. I have another friend that wanted to play Repo, so I'm down. Oh wait, whoops. That's not a viewed stream. The scuff is back, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. 1 second. Need to fix. Is that alright? Yeah, probably. Yeah, so there's gonna be a PoE Path of Exile 2 update that's gonna be live that I wanna watch in like 13 minutes. And this video update, Monster Hunter Wild Showcase, is 13 minutes, so it's fucking perfect. So I wanna watch this and see what's new is gonna happen, what news is gonna be in the next update and stuff like that. I have 4 days off, including today. I think Saturday night I'll be playing. Oh, really? All right. Sounds like a date, hot stuff. I'm game. I'm free Saturday. I can play a little Saturday. A little Saturday. All right. Anyway, I need to watch this before the PoE 2 update happens. So I'll just. Oh my god, that was loud. Hell yeah, I can kiss you. I'm sorry I haven't. Oh wait, sorry. I'm sorry I haven't been tuning in. I got a new phone like a few months ago, and I forgot to download. Oh, you do not have to worry at all, Snow, because I haven't been tuning in myself. I've been gone for quite a while, but I appreciate that you had me in your thoughts. Oh wait. Yeah, okay, the YouTube audio. I just need to make sure that the audio is alright. I feel like it's so loud. Maybe like that. Ba 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 ba. Alright. It's been about, counts fingers, at least one. At least one. I think it's been like 7 months, hello, honestly.
I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, producer.
Ryozo Tsujimoto, hello.
It's been a month since release, and I'm glad to see so many people enjoying our game.
Hell yeah, I've been enjoying the game. It's been so much fun. I started off, I played through the entire campaign with dual blades and was Captain Levi, and it was, I felt such a badass despite not being good at the game. And it was super fun. Now I kind of switched to doing longsword and bow, because Dragon Piercer bow build is super nice, like you can hunt so easily, and longsword is just badass, cool as fuck to play. Oh, that's beautiful. Cool. I like dual daggers. Hell yeah. It's unfortunate that the elemental weakness doesn't really work well, because the hitboxes for the elemental weakness is kinda ass right now for the monsters we have. So dual daggers is a little bit, you know, they're not living up to their full potential unless you are really good at hitting those elemental weaknesses. But I mean, they're still viable. Every weapon is viable, which is actually kind of impressive. How well they balanced everything. Yo, that's sick. It's like a water dragon. That's awesome. So we get a new monster. Gonna run errand? All right. Thank you for dropping by, man. Have a good time. Ayo. Shozia back, maybe? Shozia's coming back? You gotta be able to hunt Shozia? I've been on some crazy adventures. Hell yeah, that's nice. That's what I like to hear. Love you all, miss y'all. Have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Love you too, baby.
Its way to the wilds for the first title update.
Mizuzune. Mizu, isn't that Japanese for water even? Perfect. What the hell? It's Bubble Boy.
At hunter rank 21 or above, talk to Kanya in the Scarlet Forest to unlock the mission.
Alright, I think I'm like hunter rank 66, something like that. Ayo, new gear. That's what we all here for.
Arch-tempered Ray Dow will debut in an event quest. Arch-tempered monsters are stronger than tempered ones.
Oh, yeah, I could have figured that out.
New armor will accompany this new enemy, with the Ray Dow Gamma and Feline Ray Dow Gamma sets becoming available to forge.
Ah, so it's like, I mean, it's kind of the same design, but like more respectable colors, I guess. I don't know. Ray Dow was cool. It's such a cool boss fight. First time I fought Ray Dow, it was like jaw drop. A dragon with a fucking rail gun on its head.
Just once in the game's story.
Yeah, Zorgia.
So that was monster again.
Yeah, nice. Okay, I was wondering about that.
That unlocks at hunter rank 50.
Hey, I got a cover. I'm 66, I think.
Will also appear.
That is actually one thing that I was really sad about. That because that boss fight was so fucking cool. Yo, that armor is sick! What the? Look at those weapons. Holy shit, that's so cool. Oh my god. Okay, I'm hyped. That's sick armor and cool weapons. I hope to god those weapons and armor are actually like super good as well. I mean, I guess you can transmog or like change the appearance of the armor, but I don't want to use Ardian weapons. They're so like they're not ugly, but they're not as cool as the crafted one, like the normal ones.
Barrel bowling vouchers can be obtained in many ways.
Okay, that's fun.
Such as via login
little extra mini game. I like that. I've had unfortunate events with barrels lately in gaming, especially in Monster Hunter Wilds.
At night, you may find the Diva singing an offering. You can focus in on the Diva while she's performing, so be sure to give her a listen.
Or no, it's Zlatan. That's the Diva, maybe. I don't remember.
The squad information
the football
will
pros
move from the Windward Plains to the Grand Hub once travel to the location becomes available, allowing you to conveniently manage your squad.
All right.
Unlock the Grand Hub at hunter rank 16 and above by talking to Tetsuzan in Suja, the Peaks of Accord.
Sick. Man, the food in this game looks so goddamn good. Like, how do they manage to make the food 3D that looks like anime food?
Compete with hunters across the world for the fastest.
I've never wanted
times
like cheese more in my life.
Quests. View world rankings on the Expedition Record Board at the entrance to the Grand Hub.
Oh, sorry. Hit the mic. Okay.
challenge quests, and
like a
free challenge
leaderboard,
quests
or
will also be available as limited-time event quests. Fight to shave down your time and earn
so you got a counter. We'll do perfect dodge.
Pendants can be obtained as participation rewards for challenge quests and free challenge quests. In addition, you can earn even more special pendants depending on your personal time and world ranking. Arena Quest limited bounties will be available and posted on the Expedition record board. Arena quests and challenge quests must be fought.
So there's probably gonna be like
and are for up to 2 players.
Like a race, like a competition, I guess,
Free
for the
challenge
leaderboard.
quests are also being introduced
That's
in
cool.
Wilds.
Giving the
These
high-end
quests have no
players, the
equipment
veterans,
limits
a
and
little
are for up
something
4
to
players.
aspire to.
For any of these
Or
quests,
like
you can bring support hunters to fill any available
go all in
player
on the game
space.
for.
Take on arena quests from the Arena Quest counter in the Grand Hub.
All right. Is the arena
Gear up
quests
and prepare to prove
like the
your
same
hunting
thing
prowess.
that, because we do have kind of an arena already, but there was like the initial quest, but then
Change
kind of
Alma's
nothing
outfit
else.
From the appearance menu
I
at
guess maybe
camps.
there's like more, and you can choose
An
which to
outfit
fight
for
in the
Alma
arena.
will be available for free, so
Or
give
maybe
this
it's an
new
entirely
feature a
different thing.
try. In addition, after completing a certain side mission, Alma's glasses will also be changeable.
Okay. That's funny that they let you customize your waifu.
Free
That's
content
great.
is
I
coming
love that.
for all players. In addition to the previously mentioned outfit for Alma, classic gestures
free
from
content,
the
let's
series are
go.
making their return. These offerings will be available in the store for free.
Man, I love that word.
Cosmetic DLC Pack 1 will be
Free.
launching alongside this update.
Ooh,
Premium
but that's
Deluxe
probably not
Edition
free
and
though.
Cosmetic DLC pass holders can download this content immediately upon release.
Naruto. Oh. I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan of. I'm back.
In
Welcome
addition,
back.
New camp gear options.
I'm not really
are
the biggest
being
fan of
added.
microtransactions, but you know, cosmetics is. I think it's all right. It's fine. Especially in a game like this where the fashion is, you know, one of the most important things. More fishing? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go, let's go.
Even more content not included in packs will also be available.
You spent a bit on rust skins?
Customize your
Oh,
Wilds
interesting.
experience to craft your own personal hunting adventure.
Yeah,
Visit
that
the
game's
official website for
pretty
more
popular.
details.
I don't know if many people play it right now, but like it's always been there, you know? And it comes and goes.
Event quests are also planned to continue coming to the game.
Mmm.
Earn special armor, quickly
Ooh, I
raise
like
your
that.
hunter rank, and collect ingredients for cooking on the barbecue grill in a variety of upcoming
I like the
quests.
shrimps on the barbie.
Each season, celebrations are held at the Grand Hub.
All right.
First is the celebration of spring coming April 23rd, the Festival of Accord Blossom Dance.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so they like
During seasonal events, the
They
appearance
change
of
up
the Grand Hub
the-
and available meals will
the
change.
world, or at least the
And you can obtain
hub
limited
based on the
equipment, gestures,
festivals and
pop-up camp
seasons.
decorations, and more.
I mean, I would prefer more
In addition
like
to seasonal
monsters
event
and
quests,
gameplay, but
most
it's a nice
previously
touch.
available
It's
event
cool.
quests will also make a return.
Especially if there's like special
Come
events,
join the
together with
celebrations
it.
at the Grand Hub.
you can get rewards.
Allow me to go over the schedule of the upcoming content.
It's a mix of survival and shooter. There's no end, which makes
The
it fun.
first
Oh yeah, I
retail
know
update for Wilds will be
what
released
Rust is.
on the date you see on your screens.
I've played it very little, and I've
Hunters
seen a
will be
lot of
able
it.
to encounter Mizutsune.
But yeah,
Travel to the
it's
Grand Hub
like
and
it's
take on
a
challenging
open
arena
world
quests.
sandbox basically. You just go nuts.
The Festival of Accord Blossom
And
Dance
if you
will
play
be
with
held in
a
celebration
bunch of
spring.
people on a server, it can be really fun.
Arch-tempered Ray Dow will debut in an event quest.
Man. So are they just gonna release a bunch of Arch-tempered version of everything now? Or is it just Ray Dow?
We also plan to add a list showing the endemic life you've captured, and we'll share more information on this later.
So, April 3rd and 4th, depending on which time zone.
Thank you for tuning in to today's announcement.
That's gonna be pretty big. I'm gonna have to stream and play Monster Hunter then, because that's when you get the new monsters to hunt.
And social media. Also, I'm happy to announce that we're planning a second title update for Wilds for summer. Please look forward to hearing more details about it from us in the future.
I would love to.
Thank you for playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I hope you continue to enjoy the game. Now let's wrap this up.
Let me just take a quick look. So Thursday or Friday, depending on time zone. Yeah, we get the new bosses. Love that. Arena Quest, Grand Hub, awesome. All that, love it. I'm gonna have to stream and play Monster Hunter then. That's so cool. The Zoshia armor and weapons look sick as hell. Let's see. Late April, we have seasonal event. Okay, that could be interesting. And then Arch-tempered Ray Dow. I mean, that's cool. And it's nice to have a little more difficult monsters, because a lot of people said that the base game was kind of easy. So I guess that's nice. And then end of May, we get another update with Capcom collaboration. Ooh, another additional features. Okay, interesting, cool. I'm excited. I think this could be a lot of fun. All right, now I'm gonna check up on the Path of Exile. Let's see, are they live? Yeah. Is it this? Aren't they supposed? I thought they were gonna be live. Find out more. Okay, it doesn't exist. That's great. Love it. I've been playing Rainbow Six Siege lately. I'm actually pretty good. Nice. Good for you, man. Good for you. Let me put on some music in the meantime. That's awesome. Yeah, I have a couple friends that play Rainbow Six Siege. I played it a long time ago, but it didn't really stick to me. But that was also during the time that I played a lot of CS:GO, so I played that more. But my friends think it's really fun to play, so that's great. Where is the, you know what? Can I do a little something. Never commitment's what I'm thinking of. Let me do a little search. Whoops. Don't mean to hit the mic all the time, but it happens. Exclusive live stream on Twitch. That's why. Alright. I'm on Twitch. Nope, not Twitter. Twitch. Path of Exile.
Explosive spears into the ground.
Oh, I
These
missed
spears
some.
don't
Shit.
But when they do,
Wait,
they'll
music.
incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws
Oh,
on
so this is
Huntress
the
can also be
Huntress.
powered by frenzy
It's one of the
charges.
new
For
classes.
example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using
Ooh,
Product
that's
Slash
cool.
over
That's
ground
sick.
Fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion.
Ah,
Using
interesting.
twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do
Okay.
similar combos with ice.
It's kind of like a little bit of like Spartan-esque
Now, a key
fighting
aspect of
style
hunting is exhausting your
with the
foes
little
by causing
shield
roadblocks.
and the spear.
This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash,
Okay.
opening up wounds
I
on
did
your
think,
enemies.
I guess there's some throwing
Disengage
abilities,
and
but
watch
it
them
seems to
bleed
be
out.
mainly melee focused.
On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced.
Oh,
Huntress has
okay.
skills to
So
take
they're
advantage of it.
trying to say that a
For
bleed
example,
build is
using Blood
efficient
Hunt will
on
thrust
Huntress.
forward and cause a
Interesting.
bloody explosion. The more
Is there
blood
anything
loss,
new
the
to
bigger
Elden
the
Ring? I
explosion.
haven't played in a while.
cause
Not
bigger,
the base
try
game,
out
but the Night Rain. Oh,
Rapid assault. The final
Night
hit of
Train
this
is
multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your
releasing
enemy.
in May, I believe.
Now,
And it's
explosive
kinda
spear
like,
and rapid assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave
Multiplayer,
spears around too,
like
Storm
Battle
Blades, which is a
Royale,
literal spear
except
that arcs
co-op
towards enemies.
instead of
But what can you do with all these
PvP
spears? Detonate them, of course.
type deal.
Thunderous Leap
Looks
will allow
really
you to
cool.
Jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies.
Oh,
Now, as well as
nice.
hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion.
Wait,
You can
what?
only have one companion at a time, but it will
Yo,
keep the
that's
mods
sick.
that are on it. Try to find a
So
rare
it's
beast
like,
with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to
The
tame
Witch
it.
with the, like when you raise dead and stuff like that. Except, you know,
Now, this is
you
just the
tame
beginning of the
monsters, I
Huntress.
guess.
We're
So,
really
question,
trying
I guess
to
it
highlight
only
the
works
things
on
that melee
beast
gameplay
type
work for this class
monsters
by having a
then,
huge
and not
amount of
like
synergy between ranged
anyone.
and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears,
22
setting forth
skills?
spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
Whoa. Oh, that's cool.
But we still
That's sick.
haven't talked about
Lightning
ascendancy classes
spear.
yet. What can the Huntress
I'm
ascend?
just, there's so many builds.
Well, the first ascension
coming
class
to
you can
me in
choose
my
is the
head.
Ritualist.
I'm like, I can make some
The
League of Legends
Ritualist
builds
has
with this. You
embraced
can make
the
like
dark
a
side,
Callista
very
build, you can make like a
traditional,
Nidalee
harnessing
build,
the power of animal sacrifice and plague.
Pantheon build.
The corrupted life force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When
Oh.
those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
Oh, you can
The
spread
Ritualist also
bleed.
excels in taking
That
advantage of
seems
magical
very
trinkets.
strong,
The unfurled
considering
finger
some of the
skill allows you
bleed
to equip
builds
an
that
additional
already
ring on a
exist.
finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now, this is one of my favorites.
Oh.
As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Nice, nice.
Specialize further into ritualistic
But
sacrifice
okay,
with
we
As
already
the
have
Whispers
some of
Demand,
taking like the
which allows you to
modifiers of
perform that
others.
skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of
Oops,
your own
I think
blood
I'm
to
a little
empower
bit in the
yourself.
way. I may
The
move.
Amazon Ascension is for those
Actually,
looking to hunt more than just
yeah, let me
beasts.
do it. So-
Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see
Do some
those weak
damage
spots
against
in the
enemies
center
with
of
an
their life
open
bars.
weakness.
While using Elemental
Okay.
Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The critical strike skill is
Damn.
as simple as it sounds.
Like, there's
Test
so
your
many
accuracy
things
and
that
resistance
could
to
go
critical strike
crazy
challenge.
with this.
Additionally, you have skills like Mystic
Life
Harvest,
leech recovers
which
based on
allows
your elemental damage
to
as
life,
well as physical. What
and
the?
Asmeri Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
Okay, so you
Those
could.
are the two new ascendancies for the
Okay, wait,
Huntress.
wait, wait.
But those
So you
aren't
could
the
do
only
like
ascendancies of the
you
Hunt.
play Huntress
We'll add a
class
new ascension class
to
with
get
three
that
of the
life
other
leech thing,
existing
but
classes
then you
too.
play like a full-on mage.
First up,
and
for
you're
our
just
warriors out there,
immortal.
we have the Smith of Katava. The
I guess
warrior
you
is
have
a
to build
blacksmith
into a little bit of
origin
life
taught by his
leech, but
father,
that's fine.
Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava.
Okay.
Smiths of Katava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with
So this is a
fiery
new
destruction before any
ascendancy
battle.
for
After
warrior.
doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitana to summon
Hey!
an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you.
You
A
got
great
the
blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon.
the
though.
cleric
Their
skill in
armor can be
D&D when
enhanced
you
too.
summon a sacred weapon.
Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're
Yeah.
right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind.
What?
So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except
Yeah.
now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected
Whoa,
notables with
that's
your blood.
awesome. Holy shit.
If you want your body armor to grant life,
That's
take
sick.
this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices.
That
Think of
seems
it like you're crafting your
so
own body armor,
nice.
just in a more literal sense.
The worst part about this
Let's
game
move
is
on to
trying
those
to
who
get
prefer
the like
reassuring feel of a
perfect
crossbow in
armor.
their hands, the mercenary.
It's so annoying and
Alongside the
frustrating
existing Ascension classes, the
with the
Gem-Wing
crafting
Legionnaire
of
and
armors and
Witch Hunter,
stuff. So
you can
that is
now play as the
actually
Tactician.
pretty
The
sweet.
Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard,
This
he
is
able to use his
mercenary
training to
ascendancy.
decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes
Okay.
in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all
Critical
projectiles
damage
to pin
builds
enemies.
pin.
When
Okay.
combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too. Similar
Pin
to
enemies
freeze.
cannot perform
With a
actions.
soldier's training, the
Okay.
tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The watch how we do it skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well.
Okay, so this is a support ascendancy. It's definitely more support for co-op. Because I was like, I feel like the other two ascendancies are just so much stronger.
To join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of
Yo,
the Hunt, we're
okay.
introducing the Lich Ascension class.
What the
Lich
f-
is a
That's so
master of
cool.
chaos and curses, and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield.
Hell yeah.
The crystalline phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part
This
of
is
your
what
soul,
everybody thought which
massively
was gonna
increasing its
be
power.
and what they kind of
There's
wanted.
just one downside to splitting your soul this way, though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The necromantic
Wait,
conduit
what?
skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the soul
Okay.
makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion of the
Damn,
Flesh
so it's
allows you
just
to
all
apply
in
an additional
chaos
curse.
build. That's fun.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn
God
of the Hunt
damn.
has the Huntress and 5 new
So I guess
Ascension
you
classes.
build like a
But it doesn't
mana
end there.
stacking build,
Let's
then
take a look
you're
at some of the new skills with it.
kind of fine.
Now, you may
Well,
remember
I
we
guess it
previously talked about the
removes
raised
potential.
skill. It's finally complete
mana, so
and will be
maybe
made
not.
available in the upcoming expansion.
But you
It
can
be
get
found in
around
the
that.
occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre
I
is a
think.
skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the
Yes,
skill panel.
dude. Yes, hell yeah.
Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die.
Okay.
But the
I've
spirit
heard
cost
I
varies
heard
based on
talk
the
about
power of the
specters
monster.
before
You could summon an army of
and
weak
how people
monsters,
really wanted it,
or a
and
few of the more
yeah.
powerful monsters.
so you can bind
combine them with your existing
really
skeleton
strong
minions,
monsters to you
or
and
summon
have them
exclusively
at all
spectres.
times, kind of
It's
like
all
your
up to you
normal
and how you want
summons.
to
That
customize
is
your army of the undead.
awesome. That is so sick.
Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe
That
to
means
say you'll be
there's hundreds of
experimenting with this one for a
build
while.
variants
We look
of
forward to seeing
this
which monsters serve you best.
ascendancy.
Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's
Yeah.
have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive.
Okay.
In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill.
Oh.
Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed, even while shooting arrows or throwing spears.
Oh, that seems really good.
Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed.
Well, that's fine.
It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways.
Yeah.
Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate
A
this,
lot of
we're
builds
adding
have
over
used the
100 new
exact
support
same
gems.
gems, yes.
Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals.
Whoa.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks.
Oh, that's cool.
But
You
there's
can do a
plenty more
little
for every playstyle,
ninja-esque
such
build.
as enormity,
What's that?
unsteady tempo,
I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back because I don't have the time to read all of this.
profanity,
Watch your profanity.
retaliate,
Attack skill is heavily stunned. Okay, okay.
syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more.
That
Now, we've
is
talked about a new
awesome.
class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support
There's gonna
gems.
be, oh my
But let's not
god,
forget about
there's
the
gonna be
core
so
of
much
true
theory
action
crafting.
RPG,
Oh,
items.
I already have like
To start with, let's
almost
talk about
500
uniques.
hours
We're
on
adding over
Path of Exile
100
2. I
new
feel like I'm
unique
gonna
items.
get at least
This time,
2
we've
to
made sure to add
300
uniques
more
with a focus
after
on
this
mid and
update.
in-game tiers to make sure there
Just
are more
trying
exciting items to find
everything.
for higher level characters. Let's look
Oh,
at some
are we getting
examples.
new uniques too?
Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a
Fire
large
Rest,
amount of
Chaos
fire
Rest.
damage based on your block
And 1
chance.
damage or fire damage per 1 chance
The
to
Coming
block.
Calamity
Oh.
allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any
Oh
spirit.
my god,
At
what
the
the
same time, it penalizes enemy resistances.
That seems
Waste
so
Gate is a belt
fucking
useful for
OP. What
builds
the
with a
hell?
Single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now we could go
That
through these
seems
all
good
day,
too, but
we'll
that
leave most of
staff
them for you to
seemed
discover.
broken.
Suffice to say though, we want there to be way more
The
things
Herald's
to find.
abilities are already
Over
like one of
time,
the
our goal is to add a
strongest
unique to every single base
like
item type at a minimum,
passives
so that you can
in
chance
the
any
game.
base in the game.
And now you
Now,
can even
Given that we have the
take away
Huntress,
the
we
elemental
have a set
resistance
unique
of
spears from early
enemies.
game all the way through the end game as well. One
You can build
example
a
is
true
Cypher's
avatar
Spear,
build.
which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be
Activating enemy
aggravated,
with this
dealing
weapon also
substantially more
creates all
damage.
ignites on the target.
We're also
Okay, so you
introducing a
do
suite of unique
bleed
bucklers with some
ignite build.
interesting parry
Although
mechanics.
ignite just suck,
Talgaira's Arc,
so
for example, allows you to
unless they
parry
update
projectiles from any
ignite, so
distance.
it's not gonna be
And
worth
we're
it.
also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton
Ignite
of new
enemies in
uniques to find.
presence. Okay.
We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we
Yeah,
also want
there's
to
gonna
talk
be a
about crafting
few.
options.
I already
Each major update
my
during
mind
early
is already
access will be
working a bit
continuing
there.
to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes.
Okay.
Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So
Yeah.
we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
Oh,
Plan is
that's
to
cool.
significantly
I kind of
expand
like
the number
that.
of more
Yeah.
specialized mods for crafting
Especially
using
since
socketables as we
you can
add new
switch
content
them
over
out
time.
whenever
And the
now
first new set of those comes from what we're talking about
because of an earlier
in
update.
Dawn of the Hunt. We're adding Asmarian wisps. Which
Yeah,
can be
I do. I
found throughout
definitely
both
feel
the
like
campaign and the endgame.
you focus a lot more getting damage on the
The
armor
Asmari
itself
spirit has made
and the
itself
gear
present in
itself,
Rayclast,
and then you
and it
use
appears
a
to be
bunch
trying to
of
warn,
resistance
or maybe
runes,
prepare
kinda.
us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll
Oh.
meet Delwyn, and Asmari Hunter, who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way.
Okay.
As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun.
Is it
The
an
wisp moves
escort
faster
quest?
the
Oh
closer you
god,
are,
no,
and as
please,
you move
no.
away, they slow down to wait for you.
Oh, okay, okay.
But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return
Oh
to the
damn it,
woods.
escort quest. No, why?
As you continue to chase the
GGG,
wisp,
why would you
you'll
do
find it
this?
possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased
Why would you
life
give
and
us
stun.
escort
On top
quests?
of that,
Those are the
you can
worst
periodically
kind.
summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased.
Ew,
Each
that
wisp
monster
has its own
looks like a
mechanics.
vagina with
The
teeth.
Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will
Cool.
call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it
Oh,
infuses a
interesting.
monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb.
Okay, okay. I thought it
If you're
was
lucky, you may even find
that it was
sacred wisps
supporting
that can
you,
do some
but I
pretty
guess it's
crazy
like
things to the monsters they influence.
to your
Like the Wisp
detriment.
of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
What the fuck? Okay.
Asmarian Wisps can drop a new set of socketable
That's
items
cool.
that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned,
Oh,
the
thank
Asmarian
fucking
Wisps can
God.
be
That is
encountered
so
throughout the game,
nice.
but there's
Thank
also a new
you.
in-game map called the Asmari Ranges.
Things that
a
give more
mountain village where the
specific
Asmari
stats.
once
That
lived,
is so
now overrun
nice.
with corrupt monsters.
Finally, you
This
won't
map
get
always has
as
multiple
easily
Asmarian Wisps
bricked
in it,
on your
and
items.
familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian Wisps can
Ah,
also
okay,
be
they
further
changed it
modified
up
by
a
the
little bit.
in-game Atlas tree as well, and by tablets. But I'm not gonna
I
be
don't
the
think
one
I
talking
listened
about those
properly.
things. In order to cover all the new content in
It is you.
I'm gonna
You
hand
are
these over to
him.
Mark.
He is here.
I'm
Hello.
Mark, game director on Path of
Hello,
Exile
hello,
2.
hello.
There's a
The
ton
Sag
to talk
gang,
about
let's
with the endgame
go.
today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access
Actually, I
began
kinda
with a
had
brand new
to-
endgame,
One
and
second.
it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer
What's up,
number of
man?
interesting
Hope you're
and
doing
different
good. Hope you're
encounters you will
doing
randomly stumble
well.
into
I should have
as you
streamed
explore
a
the
lot
area.
of days
And the
ago,
second
but
goal is to smoothen the progression through
I got
maps
busy.
and
I
reduce the
got
amount
busy,
of annoying
unfortunately.
visits.
But I'm here now. I'm back for the
To
PoE
start
2
with, Let's
update.
talk about the new interesting stuff to find.
This update looks
Well,
absolutely
the
sick.
most obvious thing to
It
add
looks
are
so
new
awesome.
maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps. All
It
with
is
their
what it
own
is, sir.
custom
Yes,
encounters.
that
Let's
is
start
true.
With this one.
True.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious
By the way,
rune-carved
what are you doing
stones that,
Saturday?
when touched, surge with energy.
There was
After activating all the stones, you can find a
another
grand
streamer
heap
friend that wanted
where
to
all
play
the energy is
Repo,
coalescing. You can then start an
and I know
encounter.
you wanted to play
The
Repo
area
as well.
darkens, a storm moves in,
So I'm just
and a
checking in.
concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss.
Ah,
You must
shit!
fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards.
Let me at him, sheep.
Once you have
All right,
defeated
you
it,
got it.
Summon another.
Whoa!
And another. And another. You have 10 total
Man,
waves
they're
of boss
so
fights which get
goddamn good,
incrementally
this
more
company, at making
difficult. If
just
you manage to
fucking
defeat
cool
them, you get
games.
full boss rewards,
Ah,
but
I
also
love Path of
opportunities
Exile.
to get new runes.
It's so
These
sick.
can only be obtained from this map.
The different builds you can
The
make,
Fractured
the
Lake
fucking
contains a
gear,
surreal
the
waterscape with fractured
like
mirror-like
spells,
objects.
mechanics,
As you move
visuals,
around the map,
like the
terrain
brutality of
itself
it. Oh,
elevates
it's
from
so
below,
good. It's what
creating the ground you
Diablo
walk on.
2 used to be,
In
and what
this unique
current
map,
Diablo
all
should
the rare
be.
monsters are mirrored,
God
so you're
damn.
always fighting two of the same rare
I
at the
hate
same
those
time,
fuckers.
which
I
can
hate
prove quite
those
difficult.
whirlwinds, the
If you
goddamn
manage to overcome
insta-kill
that
balls, they
challenge and make it
suck.
to the end of the map,
But
you'll
the
be
game is
presented
good.
with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an
Alright.
amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional
Oh.
prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique
Wait,
map we'll show today is
what?
one based around
That
the
that
essence
feels
mechanic.
really strong.
You
Holy
enter
shit,
a
that feels like
crystalline
end
cavern,
game.
and you will find a powerful map
Like
boss
that is the
imprisoned in
ring
the
you
center.
absolutely want
It
beyond
is surrounded
any
by
other.
many rare monsters.
Because I just
also
think I
imprisoned
imagine
in
like
essences. By freeing and
prefixes on
defeating the rare
rings are
monsters,
typically
the
like
essence
you
they
can
held will be
gain a
upgraded
certain
to a
percentage
greater
of
essence
extra
and be added to the
elemental
imprisoned
damage or
animals.
chaos damage or whatever.
How brave
Imagine
are you?
getting to have
How
multiple
many
of that.
essences will you add to the boss?
That seems
Overdo it,
so
and
strong.
You might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice.
Uh,
Speaking of essences,
From what I've seen, Reaper looks
alongside
funny.
visual
It looks very
improvements,
funny.
you're now able to apply Varlobs to
Depending on,
corrupt
like,
essences
the
with a
groups
range
who
of
play it.
unpredictable outcomes.
I'm needed elsewhere. Let me know
It
when
could
it's
increase
repo
the number of
time.
essences,
All right, sure thing.
reroll all the
I'll
essences to the
I'll
same
write to
type,
you later.
or even
or
upgrade
tomorrow.
the essences to greater essences.
You might have to stream it. I will
What if they're
absolutely
already
stream it
greater essences?
this Saturday.
Well,
I'll
it
be
can
streaming.
upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences: essence of hysteria,
Oh.
delirium, horror, and insanity.
Okay.
Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, The essence of insanity causes you to question even your own mind.
What
As
the-
monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate
Oh,
the real
no.
one before a devastating icy explosion
Oh
freezes everything around
no.
it.
Oh no. I'm gonna
Each of these has
suck
their
at
own
that.
crafting outcomes. The essence of insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Val orb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Oh? Really? Oh,
It's worth noting all the
really?
essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too. If
Wait,
you're willing
what?
to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5
They're just
different
giving
unique
us
maps.
gold. Like, thing after
Now,
thing, I'm just
new
feeling
maps are
like, fuck
just the
yeah,
beginning.
I'm here
We had
for
a
it.
goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly
I might be
finding
out this
exciting
Saturday,
new
but I'll find
content,
time to
and
watch.
that it could be lurking
Don't,
around
hey,
any
don't
hour.
worry about it. If you're busy,
we have added
if
a
you got
bunch
your
of new
things to
things that you can
do,
stumble into
hey,
in any
you
map
go
run.
out to have fun,
On
all
your
right?
travels, you will sometimes
But if
encounter
you're able to
rogue
watch,
exiles.
you're always welcome.
Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge
That corrupting
a
thing
fight to
seems
the death.
like I feel like they've
They use the same skills
made
available to
everything
players,
so, like
and even the
so
same
much
items.
quality of life when
They
it comes to
aren't
the
just dressed up in those
crafting
items,
already in
they're
this major
actually using
update.
them.
That is,
It's going to feel
like,
like a true player versus
goddamn,
player
that feels
situation.
good.
Of
That's
course,
gonna
if
be
you are able to
so
slay these
nice
exiles,
when,
those items will
playing
all
the
drop
end
on
game.
ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique
Around
item,
7 p.m.
which
my
you can see
time.
displayed under their high five,
What's your
you wanna be
time
damn sure you
right
kill
now
them.
then?
Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come
Because for
equipped
me
with.
it's
These exiles are much smarter than
8:30.
your regular monster. They have capabilities to
7:30.
dodge roll,
Okay.
avoid your abilities
So it's
for
like
smart
an
pathfinding,
hour behind, I
smart
guess.
targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay.
Oh wait, right? Aren't you like British,
Fortunately,
UK?
they're like you, and they're not super durable.
If I remember
Unless,
correctly.
of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart. In which case, expect
So
a
maybe not
longer
British,
battle.
but UK at least. Okay.
There are 12
Yeah,
different
well, I
rogue
mean, that's
exiles you
fine.
can find,
I don't know
each
when
with their
I'll
own
start
skills and
streaming on Saturday.
personalities.
Depends
Some
on
may
Loki.
insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat
Yeah,
to access
and the
them.
rewards suck.
Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique
You don't
boxes
get
that are
shit.
harder to find and behave just a little bit differently.
Okay.
The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone.
Orange. I like
Upon interacting
orange
with the
color.
stone, you activate
That's unique.
forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives
Legendary.
the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding.
Oh, that's
This
cool. Okay.
Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient Val technology.
So basically, you
Each
decide how
Elf's
great of a
torment has
reward you
powerful
get.
artifact inside, and is
By
guarded
how
by
skilled you
chaos
are.
itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item with a specific
Dude,
corrupted
he almost
element.
died.
You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself.
Needs a better
to see
build.
what they do.
I guess warriors still aren't that great.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land.
Why isn't he
However,
using
in
the
practice,
Temporalis
the quest
blink
objective just set you on a
nuke
grind
everything build?
to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting.
Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific
Oh look,
objective.
that got 2 things on
On
it.
the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find
Oh,
a
there's one with
corrupted
3
nexus,
things on it.
the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters.
Yeah,
Corrupted
that
maps
one
existed
is
on the
super
Atlas before,
annoying.
But we've done significant work on improving these monsters.
Thank you, because they
We've also done a
spawn
full
like
pass the
on you
modifiers on these maps to make
and
them
like
more
block you
interesting
in,
and
so
more
you can't
rewarding.
really dodge or do anything.
Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task. Cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last
That
round of
mount
maps, they will spawn one of
with
3
some of the
terrifying
bow
bosses,
builds that exist
amalgamations of corruption
seems
itself.
very
After
strong.
defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains
Well,
of
not
the boss
very
of
strong, but it
herds of
seems very
corruption,
like
it
nice,
coalesces into
because you
raw
don't get slowed
crystallized
down.
power, which you can use to gain points for your
which means you
Atlas
also don't have to
skill tree.
waste
The upgrade system that allows
mobility
you to
support
add
gem
and enhance content in your
on.
maps.
Like you can use something better.
We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps.
Oh,
Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss,
oh, cool.
and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing
So,
orbs by slaying
okay.
cleansed enemies.
Shit, I keep talking and thinking, and then I miss
These
stuff.
orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its
So
modifiers
is
to become
purified
fractured.
or
A
whatever,
fractured
is it the
modifier is
same
one that
as
cannot be
corrupted
modified
but
by
the
any
other
means.
way and maybe even
You are
better?
able to freely
Or do you have to
modify that
corrupt
item,
first
ensuring
and
the
then
fractured
purify it?
modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose.
Yeah,
Do you
they're just
complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus?
they're just
Or
immensely
maybe you
improving the
beeline to
crafting.
Nexus,
That is
complete it,
nice to
and
see.
do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Now, let's have a talk about towers.
Yeah.
One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the
Towers
busy work
was the
around
worst
running
thing
towers
ever.
and
They
managing your
sucked
tablets.
so badly. Then you
The
updated
first
them.
change
Now
we've made
they're
here is that we've
better
reduced the
and a
number
little
of
more
towers
fun.
drastically. So there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful.
Thank you. You've improved
To
them even
start
more.
with,
I like that.
tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the
Because
number
I feel
of
like
mechanics
the
applied by
towers,
tablets.
since they're like
By
a
tier 15, the
beacon
bonus
and
is
like
double, allowing a
reveal
single
more of the
tablet to
map,
now
like
add 4 times as
there
many
needs to be
mechanics
more
as before.
incentive to actually
So,
play the
we're
map
running far fewer towers,
other than
dealing with fewer
improve other
tablets,
maps
and
around it.
affecting even more maps than before. But because there were fewer towers overlapping,
Like I want
with
the
each other,
tower
you
itself to
won't
be
get as many
really
opportunities
valuable.
to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get one
Okay.
slot on completing the tower, but
Yeah.
if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a second or third slot. Overall, this allows for
Oh.
even more juicing from towers, while drastically
Jesus.
reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now
Oh
spawn
my
with
god,
all
that
mechanics,
lightning
including
attack
bosses.
was awesome.
Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple
I'm
here.
The boss
sensing
fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches
potentially
contesting for
making
territory.
a like
One
Zeus
witch has an
build as
affinity for
well.
ice,
You could do
the
with
other
the
fire.
with the
Who will
spear being like a lightning bolt.
Hopefully neither.
Man,
The
there's
boss
so
of the Sinking
many
Spire map is a remnant
so many
of
ways to
Duval
play this
that has
game.
been charged with the lightning. It
So
uses a
fun.
full suite of lightning abilities.
I hate
But
that
be
guy.
careful. If any of them hit the
He's
surrounding
been
constructs,
so
they will
like he's
power
not
up.
a difficult
Another thing that we've seen a
boss.
lot of
Like he's
feedback
not
about
hard
is
at all,
sustaining waystones.
or mini boss or whatever.
As we looked into it,
But,
we realized that the people who couldn't sustain
Like
waystones
he
were
has
dying
so
a
much
lot.
damage
A lot more than we had expected.
when he's the fire type
And that made us realize something.
that he can just one shot you.
During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as
Yeah,
soon
that's
as you
cool.
get to the end game, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame,
Okay, I love it.
Have to be careful not to
There,
die.
I believe there were
But it
complaints
certainly
about.
shouldn't be that we have such a
Oh,
sudden shift
Asuna,
as you
hi.
run your first maps.
I believe there were complaints
first
about
change we're
like
making
you
is you
not
can now respawn
being
and
able to
return to a
sustain
map if you die.
waystones when playing, and I
Continuing from
I
where you
just
left off.
love that their decision was like, nah,
When you
fuck it,
start the
just
endgame, you
get
up
better.
to 6 total attempts per
get
map.
good.
As you add
Long
more
time no
modifiers to a
see. Yeah,
waystone,
yeah.
the number of
I've
respawns goes down.
I had some personal life
This means
stuff
that as you get to the
to
point
deal
that you're
with
running
for
every
quite a while,
waystone as a rare,
but
you will have to be more
I'm
careful.
back and I'm gonna try my very best to you know,
in parties,
get
everyone
back
gets to
into it.
respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen,
But I'm
we've made a
focusing
change
mostly
so that
on
once
my
you start the boss
YouTube
fight,
at the
it
moment.
changes over to the same
But I will
respawning
try to
system we use for
stream
pinnacle bosses. This means
on a
that the
regular
map owner can
basis.
choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
I'll support you. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Another complaint we've seen a lot of
YouTube.
is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content.
I killed that
because of
boss.
the experience penalty from dying.
I actually
A change
like
we've
almost
made here is
one-shotted
all
that
pinnacle
boss with the
content
build I
now
had.
No longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt
Oh.
also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary
Okay.
keys from the early access supporter packs.
So I guess you don't lose experience if you
keys contain
die
items selected
during
by our supporters.
while you still have
can
attempts
contain
left.
any unique
But
item
probably
found
during
in
the
Path of
last
Exile
one you
2.
still do.
If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can
You
only
have
come from a
YouTube?
key
Yeah,
dropped
yeah.
by Zesht.
Should be like down below
We're
on
also
Twitch. There
making
should be a
change
link
that
to
allows
the
pinnacle boss
YouTube and
units to drop
VOD
at any
channel
difficulty.
and Twitter. Oh, hello. My internet fucking me.
Rarer
it-
uniques will be rarer at lower
Okay,
difficulties,
we're good.
but still possible to
I
find.
subbed to you on YouTube. Thank
This applies to
you.
the drop
Thank you.
charges
Thank
for the
you.
reliquary keys
You're
from
more
this
than welcome
content as
to.
well.
Right
We
now,
spoke
I'm
about
doing
towers
all
and tablets
kinds of
earlier,
different
but we have
stuff,
also
honestly.
added a suite of unique
I'm just
tablets.
doing the videos I
Each
think
of
are
these adds
fun or
crazy
interesting.
interactions to the map's influenced
But I should probably
For
try
example,
to
this unique tablet allows
focus
you to run
more
any
on
map in a
one
tower's
type
radius
of content,
without requiring
but,
connections,
yeah.
which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas. And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and
Mm-hmm.
weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The
interesting.
Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too.
It's good to see you again. Oh, thank you. It's nice to see
Now,
you
through
too,
this live
honestly.
stream, we have
I'll be
mentioned quite a few
honest.
new crafting
I
options that
expected
we've
this
added.
stream to be
New runes,
just me
corrupted
talking to
essences,
myself.
fractured mobs, and jewelry
So it
crafting
actually
bases.
feels
But we
very
did have
heartwarming
just
to
one
see
more
that
crafting
you,
system to talk
Loki,
about.
Snow,
Recombination.
like
Expedition
But
was
there
the
are some
only
people that,
in-game mechanic
you
that
know,
was lacking a
came
crafting
back.
system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that
I
might
appreciate
be
it.
familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two
Loki,
items
my
together,
Twitch father,
hoping
yes.
to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires
Oh,
artifacts found
sorry.
during
I keep hitting
expeditions
the
to fill
mic.
it.
God damn it.
The rarer the mods on the item you are combining,
I'm
the more
flailing all over the
expensive
place.
cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is
That
one
is
more
true.
thing
I
we
am
wanted to
very
clarify
excited
before
about
we move
this.
on,
There's
which is
like
that
I already
all
have
the
like
content we
5
talked about
different
today
builds
will be
in
made
my
available
head
in the existing
that I
early
want to do.
access leagues, so you can play your
Actually, maybe
existing
even
characters.
7.
However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy.
I
It is
do.
recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues.
Hell yeah. I think I'm
All
gonna
our existing
when
early
this
access
patch is
players,
released,
we're
I think
really
I'm
looking
gonna
forward to
try
joining you
doing
playing on
a
this new update.
hardcore
For those
playthrough
who don't
on
already
stream
have access and are interested in playing
and just
Path of
see
Exile
how
2,
far I
Dawn of
can
the
go.
Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Pennant supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2
Yo,
and
that
contain
paladin
6
armor looks
microtransactions each,
sick.
and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so
Those look
much for your
fire.
ongoing
Yeah,
support.
they look awesome.
We're
I mean,
just about to
that's
start the Q&A
basically
with
how
CED.
Path of
With
Exile
release at the end of next week,
makes their
our
money.
community team will be
Because
posting
although the
crucial
early
information
access
you'll
you
need
have
for
to
the
pay
release.
for, but the
an
complete
eye on the
game,
news.
once the game is fully
On release
released,
weekend,
it's
we
gonna be
expect to
completely
launch the new
free.
mystery box
Everything is
and
free,
many new
and the gameplay
microtransactions,
is so well
including Path of Exile
designed.
2's
There's
first
no
ultimate skill
like
effects.
pay to
Thanks
win.
for
There's no
joining us
nothing
today
like
and
that.
checking out our
All
latest
the
developments.
microtransactions
We're
are
looking forward to playing
essentially
the Huntress, trying new
cosmetic.
builds, and
Well,
exploring the
actually,
new
there's a little
endgame
pay
next
to
week.
win with the stash
We'll begin the
tabs,
Q&A
but
shortly,
it's,
so
I
please
mean,
get your questions ready.
you can't make your character stronger. The game name is Path of Exile 2. Q&A with Ziggy's D. Alright. Ziggy D's nuts. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Wait. Oh, that very low audio.
very exciting reveal with lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more.
Raise the audio.
Path of Exile too. And you had an update about the recombination.
Yes,
first,
that's right.
though.
That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized
do
that
it
we weren't
online.
actually fully happy with the way that recombination worked. So we actually made quite a big change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously, which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works. And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item. And then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you pick. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much, much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It's kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the new design.
And I mean they are adding
hopefully
more,
that'll be in by the time
more
0.2 comes
control
out. We're gonna,
over the crafting anyway.
Doing that. But
so for the last 2,
I think it's
you
a much better
could
design than what we had before for Recon.
potentially use.
If it's not there for
these,
O2O, it'll be as
very
soon as it
soon.
can afterwards.
Special
But
works.
spur of the moment, night before the live stream design
Oh my god,
sessions.
his mic was a
but
lot louder.
Increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems
I have
more
no
intuitive.
idea.
Yes.
I hope this
You
is
just pick
okay.
what the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look,
the game is going to get broken in
whenever we're designing any crafting
like
system.
2 different ways from Sunday.
Like
that's
over finding stuff on the ground.
with these new classes and ascendancies.
You have to sort of have that balance.
We'll find a way.
That's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
items just
both
deleted,
items are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance
that's
for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
both
Like for
go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
It
see.
kind of
It
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare. And,
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends.
also the other thing is it's going to now
I
have
think-
a fixed cost.
I mean,
It's not
35%
gonna,
seems decent.
And the idea is
Dollar
like
based on
and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough
But
to
like,
do a recombination.
if you multiply
So,
that
you're going to be doing them like
in the
relatively
way
often if
that
you're doing expeditions.
So is the
it gets
part of
harder and
expedition
harder,
where you
and
get
then
to craft the
also
NPCs still a thing then?
35%
Yeah, I
for
mean, you've
each
still got
time.
you've still got that whole mechanic. And,
Actually,
so
it gets
it's
lower
effectively it's
percentage
competing for
each
the
time you add a
artifacts,
mod.
between recombination versus
I don't know.
buying things from that other way.
So is there some
Seems
buffs
good in the
intended to that
beginning,
then
but
to make it more competitive?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be.
It definitely needs some love in the future.
gonna
but
be
not at
rough.
this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But
Yeah, a
firstly,
lot
though,
of
just
quality of
quick
life.
clarification on the
a lot
league.
of good
So there's-
updates
it's
for
not
the
gonna be a wipe
crafting.
for the new players
Absolutely.
joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive. Or rather, what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that, so I mean, a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be.
I think honestly.
Wisps. But there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics.
Just make everything that isn't bug
fixing.
We didn't
quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge.
Should just be a part of the new league. We've also got a
lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2 who never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit we kind of were deciding okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next for the
I
next,
needed that.
League that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, different, and so yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. And I think, you'll have a much better time because, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that, and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what...
Is my internet bad or why is the thing?
What was the how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had we were showing Huntress. And honestly, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to what is it's special about the character class. Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them.
True.
And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And action RPG players, they
awesome.
Generally speaking, the balance can often be such that
I think I would want to build more of a
do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is quite a thing. And
but I guess that depends. If you can do a combination,
a ranged thing can combo with something that's
that
melee,
if you can throw the spear and then you get kind of like a dash into the spear or something like that.
So that kind of means that you end up with a
I
very
don't know if that's the case, but that seems like it would be kind of cool.
Moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way. That it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's been a really good one. But I mean, look,
I only played very limited in Path of Exile 1, so I don't really know
just meant that
how the classes work back.
And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games because in most games, obviously,
good designer,
good designer. Like to push the block button exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system because you're often packs of monsters. Just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game.
I mean, it looked really fun to play, honestly.
like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's gonna, you know, you need to be able to respond
I
in a
could
way
think
where
of
you don't
like
just then immediately get hit by a bunch of
3,
other stuff.
maybe even 4
So,
different
having it so that
builds
the parry,
already for
like,
just
it always parries,
seeing the
but it's then
base
taking
class of
advantage
the
of what
Huntress.
the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the Frenzy Charge one, which dashes back.
So I think I
which means
missed that.
you know,
I
you
wonder
don't have
what
to worry
kind
about
of
the monsters hitting you.
ascendancies
And then you've also
the
got the
Huntress
one
has.
that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which you know, called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of, so in both cases you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that mechanic.
Yeah, I'll also make note of there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah,
You
in
can
that case, yeah. I mean, there's other.
create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. You know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential.
I will
option
admit
as well.
though,
Like, you got a few different ways to generate.
like there's a lot of new
guarantees a
things
light
that are
stone.
cool. Like we get
You always
2
get
new
that
ascendancies, we get a
small
new
window to actually
class,
engage or
and
do
that
a thing
class is
before,
gonna have probably like
before
2
you're on danger
ascendancies.
again.
And I'll tell you this, like
So there
I am one
is a
those
lot of
players who
content,
never
and that's
parry,
awesome, and that's
in any
cool.
game ever, because
But I
never
was
do it.
kind of
It's always
expecting
just
to get
so
2 new
frustrating.
classes.
So I was very
So
skeptical
to get
of that, but
Huntress,
it
and
feels
I've heard
really good.
rumors
You've
about the
both
Druid
managed to
being the
make it,
next.
something that's easy
And
to
it's
do
a
'cause you can hold the button
it's a
down,
little
parry at any
disappointing that
time,
we
and there's
didn't
no
get the Druid
skill
as
involved in
well,
that.
but
But at the same time, you've incentivized
hey, it's
making it so
understandable. There's
that
a
you do
lot,
want to still try and time it as best
and
you can.
I guess it's not quite finished
how
yet.
have you done that? How
So
have you made it so that?
and also
like, you
maybe they
actually
don't want to
still wanna
release
kind of
too much
play
at
it
once
skillfully?
because
Well, I mean,
they need to like
ultimately,
balance
you know,
and
anytime
fix
you're holding
stuff.
down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? So
And
you still wanna
dealing
kind of
with one
minimize
class
the window,
and
but at
all
the
its
same
new
time,
abilities
like, the timing is just not like, you know,
is
not
a
as
lot
bad.
to
But
handle
the
on.
nice thing as
So
well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the like the token on the
chunky.
monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So you know, it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in
Yes.
comparison, which is why
Yeah.
we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which will see if
Sounds
it makes
good.
it to 0-2-0.
Yeah,
I
the
was playing around
shields-
with it last night.
Yep, this
and,
was 8
Shields are
p.m.
kinda
last
yeah,
night.
8 p.m.
AS.
last night, exactly.
Just
I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it, and so you know,
I mean, they're-
I won't talk too much about how that's
they
going to work.
can be
but
good.
Effectively, we want to make shields,
And
you
the
know, shields
charge
better as well,
skills
kind
are
of build something into
kinda
those to make them
nice.
to make them more interesting.
but
So yeah, that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 0-2-0.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it,
Yeah,
and then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding
I like that, though.
things you can do with Monk.
it's really fun
You've got
doing
3-4 different
like
skills deep of
combos because
things you can start to
when you
synergize
succeed with
together.
it, you feel
So how do you
like a badass.
balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like,
And it's
rather
always
than, like,
fun
very
having
nice, for
different
example?
abilities that
you just-
lead
I guess
into each
there's a few
other.
things. Like one of them is it just has
Like
to be very
you have
readable
like a
and understandable
rotation of
when,
abilities
like, you know, like what
instead of just spamming
do
one
it when you can
button
do it.
or
And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing
making it
skills
feel
in multiple
clunky when
ways,
you
so you don't need so you
have
can
a
make
delay
deeper combo
between
chain
using
without
abilities.
requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you know, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about, you know, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like
That's how
I
you do
added
good
shock ground
design.
to the backflip skill, or
Right.
I got a companion
you
pet
create
that had a shock
systems
ground
that
aura
interact with
as,
each
like, so
other.
that was just
Yeah.
there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny
Then
as well
as soon
because
as
it
you
also
add
works on just enemy
something
ground effects. And so
new,
sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare
the
just
previous
happen to
system
happen to be dropping
is
ground
already
fire or
there to
something, so,
kind of
that's kind of fun.
carry up and
but,
highlight
it's been
the new system.
It's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
That's awesome.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you
When the
taking
when the
advantage of the
developers
effect of a
themselves
boss
get
fight that just
surprised
has
by
burning
their
ground everywhere.
own mechanics. It's like, oh, that's
so
nice.
How do
Neato.
you go about balancing, though, when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter.
Hey, don't
right? And I
don't
think
disrespect
actually
the
that's one of those things
bonk.
that we're trying
Okay,
to really focus on with the balance changes.
the
we're
bonk
doing
is
in,
very
Dawn of the Hunt
precious.
more generally is making sure that even like I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a
The
way
bonk
that,
are some of
like,
the
I want
best
to make sure
Dark
it still
Souls
feels rewarded.
builds.
And so we were sort of doing various checks, like recently about like as a random example, right? Like so on
I
the
hard
mercenary,
bonk.
we found that doing
Let's go.
But when
We
you get to
appreciate
in-game doing,
bonk in this neighborhood.
Armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing
In this
that
channel.
causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where
What
like the
is
balance
that
by in-game
emo?
kind of
Is that a
degenerates in way
smiley on the
that,
hammer?
that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to
Bop.
make sure that when we're looking at buffing things,
Bop.
that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. Yeah, we're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? I mean, we always want.
I guess
be
the
able
players,
to build
I
that
mean,
way.
the
players have
greatest
to do a
bonk
combo.
build you
I mean,
can
no people
do
don't
is
want to.
ultimately, you
do
never have to,
Hammer
right?
of
But it sort
God.
what
That's
it
the
means is
ultimate
that,
bonk.
You are sacrificing
It's a
something.
giant
Look, the
hammer
ideal
falling from
situation
the
is that,
sky,
like, you don't feel like you
bonking,
have to do combos,
one-shotting
you feel like you want
things.
to do combos,
Yes.
right? Like, because you
What
feel
more
rewarded
do you
for them. It's
want?
like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this, like it's the
Loki,
feeling you
no,
should
I
get.
like bonks or
I think
stabby
the
or
Huntress
bombs
is
in
doing that
game.
very well. Must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well.
I like all the
Right.
things that a
Well, I
cycler
mean,
would
it
like
does
to
require
have.
a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor. because
Baba,
trying
you're
them out, and then you
basically
realize,
this
well,
basically
if
Harley
this is in the
Quinn
game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do.
doing the
So,
bonking
you
with
gotta
the
be really careful
hammer,
about that stuff, for sure.
Certainly
doing the
playing the
bombs.
Huntress now makes
And
me
you
go
know,
back and look at
the
other
Joker is
classes and
more
be like,
stabby stab,
we
but I
need to
bet
up that
Harley
yeah,
Quinn
the
could
level
do a
there,
little
and we miss
stabby
the mark a
stab
little
too.
bit now because this is better. And
Right.
who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
Sure. But that's the way it is with class design.
that's
It's
what he
just
says when
always-
we like
Yeah.
literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's
Right,
not
right.
understating the
Yeah,
level
yeah,
of
yeah.
questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with
I mean,
combos
we
and
haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already,
Yes,
and we need
true.
to add more pieces
Because
for
I
a lot.
And
think there's at least
also
4 skills that were designed and then hunted.
the new unique staff I saw.
Yep.
I feel like that's gonna be completely broken for monks anyway.
Tended to be more chaos dots, there's all kinds of stuff.
So
we have to obviously at some point fill all of that in.
I don't think
Hard to say when, but
right now
we're
it
gonna try and
needs
incrementally
anything.
get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress.
I have a
but
second
we were
account that
let's
used to
give
be
something for the
called
Ranger this
Silent
time,
Kitty.
let's give
It's now
something for
Stabby Kitty.
Summoners out
Okay.
there this time, and
Don't
so
stab
we're
the
just gonna keep
kitty.
filling in those gaps over time.
I mean, I'm allergic to cats
skill design as you go
to a
so I
certain
imagine the
degree,
last class
but
you're gonna release is gonna be,
but
like,
I don't want the kitty
amazing.
to
You
get
look back at the
stabbed
first
still.
ones and be like,
Alright?
"Ooh."
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever. That's
But
Be
look,
right
that
back,
means
I
we've
want
got
you to
another
meet
round of
Stabby Kitty.
going through
Alright,
everything and
alright, fair
improving
enough.
stuff again, right? So,
and that will never
course.
end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So
Yep.
it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
Let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even and it's true with shield block as well. By the way, it's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful.
Lol.
But just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that. That we'll have to do to make sure
That's
that,
not true at all. What do you
because
mean?
if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's
Unless
no
you
point
build
mitigating
for it, you get
and it's
frozen
like,
immediately.
things like charms were like not very useful because
What?
those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that.
Am I
right?
crazy?
The downsides do
it's
actually
a
matter in
chat
order
setting.
to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass
We got
those
nerfed.
downsides. So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count.
So
the number of
threshold
times
has
I was
become
frozen in the
mandatory. It
campaign
was
and
already
things like that.
mandatory.
Sure.
Oh wait,
Sure.
you couldn't see the
For
chat.
sure. But
And
yeah,
Yes, I-
it's always by those wild ghosts.
It's fine. It
Yes,
wasn't much to
yes.
read anyway.
So
Right.
expect a little bit more, like a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stunned.
yeah, it can
So
happen.
that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But
Yeah.
can it also occur just from like taking a
I
really
mean-
big hit or something?
No.
At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different like
I feel like you get
should certain boss
like
abilities heavy stun you, and
stunned,
if you
not
sneak
heavy
into enough
stunned, but
stun
stunned
threshold, it,
and
like, demotes
frozen
it to a
so
light stun,
easily
and if that,
as the game
there's all
is right
kinds
now.
of mere multi-hour discussions we've had.
So the
of-
fact that
we haven't really come to anything conclusive there, but
they wanna
it's only
increase
from,
that,
mount,
I
ray
don't
shield, and
know about
parry,
that. That doesn't sound great.
and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling
Because
up.
threshold was
so
already
if noting things like
kinda
evasion
mandatory
apply
in a way.
to-
I mean, you could get
So when
away
you're
with not.
parrying, we
doing
turn off your
anything, but
evasion from taking damage because
Now
the,
it
the
is
block does.
definitely
right? And
mandatory.
otherwise, you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
The
before
evasion
anyone
still
misunderstands
works.
that.
The evasion
Ah.
still works.
Yeah. okay,
So
I didn't
high
know that.
evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration
Oh,
of the debuff,
I like
so you
that.
get to benefit for it longer.
So
um,
evasion
reducing
is
stagger is all over
good
the place
for
both mount and so in the depth
better
section of the
parrying
tree.
as well. So it's better.
So yeah, you
Evasion
can
is
mitigate-
good for
I mean, my
something else than
expectation is
just
probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just
maybe
like
not
parry
take
forever
damage.
and die. There's no real consequence. So
That's good.
not every skill can be parried.
I
of
did
course,
feel like
but
Otherwise
evasion-
follows the slam rules.
Yeah.
If it's a
Like
slam
there was
from
not
above or
really.
below, you can't parry it.
It
Much to your
wasn't
frustration for some.
super
I mean, there are a few
great.
things where I've got disagreements.
I mean,
about what
armor
looks
was
like
a lot
it's
worse,
parryable,
but
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring
like
it up and would change it,
it
right?
felt
So,
like every
if it's on the line,
single
it's meant
build
to be
you would
blockable.
just do
If it
energy
isn't
shield
clear,
because it was so
and,
broken.
there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to.
So I like if they. I do like it if they
So
buff
you
evasion
mentioned this a little bit earlier.
they
but
already
action
buffed
RPGs
armor
can
a little
actually
bit
pull you towards
instead of
one
nerfing
damage
energy
type,
shield.
one skill, one specific
I would
thing,
like
and
that.
optimizing as much as possible. Because otherwise, you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I noticed Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed. She's got all the elements. She's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So, how do you like promote this? Like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to
Interesting.
carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally,
That is
we can
interesting.
achieve
I
that,
wonder
but
if
yeah,
you
it is
could
pretty hard.
potentially do
Generally, you're going to become more
Because right
niche, more
now,
selective because again,
any
even
build with
mixing elements
evasion.
might
You usually do
just
evasion energy shield.
probably often.
But I
gonna
wonder if
result
you
in
could do
probably
like
wouldn't
an
do both
all-in
elements equally. You'd
evasion
probably
build,
choose one or
and
the
then
other, but
also
that's
do.
why we kind of try to make
Because
sure
now you
that,
have
like, so you've
you
got
can
sort
do
of linkages between
parrying
them though,
as
right? Because,
well
like, for example,
as
the Thunderous Leap
have
detonates
focused
spears
on
that
like
you
blinding
for the
and
bleed things. So it's kind
maiming
of like the idea there is to
on
like,
hit effects with the
it
spear.
changes how that skill
That
then
way
has a
you would
use
just
in the
never
combo with the
get
other one. So
hit.
even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for being amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah,
like,
I do wonder.
what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Oh, 100%. That's gonna
when we look at a
happen.
new class, we typically call it Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the Ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains
That is,
to make sure that the
I mean, I
Ascendancies
do
never
like when the
mentions weapon types,
Ascendancies
that there's that they're always generalized.
are very
So, for
special
example, the,
towards
infusion
that
mechanic
specific
in the,
class.
Amazon, it just says projectiles.
But at
doesn't
the
say
same
spears,
time,
and
it's
the
also
reason it does that
cool
is so that you could make an Amazon
that
who
it's
is
not
a,
always the
a bow
case, because
user,
that way
and,
you
that's all
could
fine. So,
use that
it's
ascendancy
effectively,
for so many other
open-ended. And honestly,
abilities
I
and
know that
skills
Mark,
and combos.
does it makes the constraint a lot
I feel like
harder
that's
for how to
why
design
it's
an Ascendancy
so
class. Think about it that way as well.
many
Oh, it'd be
good
much
builds
easier
in
to
this
just put
game.
a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but
Right.
now only really.
I'm gonna get going. It was nice seeing you again. Have a lovely stream. Thank you, Snow. And you have a great time too.
What are you doing? Well,
Thank you for dropping
you
by.
could do
It was good
something else,
seeing
but
you.
no one else is playing that thing. You know,
Right.
it isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules.
It is.
Things about
It's going to
how
be
easy
very
is it
broken.
to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff, and even then, it's we often make mistakes and have issues.
I mean, the
When he
passive
says
Herald of
relatively impossible,
Thunder
it is actually impossible.
Actually,
and the combination with the
That's
just
relative.
Herald of
even
Ice,
just looking at the balance pass we're doing,
like
at the
you can
moment,
get
right? I mean,
like
there's
an
hundreds
infinite
and,
explosion
hundreds
already,
of
unless they fix
things,
that in this
that we
patch.
still
So considering there's a bunch of
there's things that
lightning
we could
abilities
never honestly
with
understand
the
all the different broken
Huntress,
things that could
it's
possibly
already
exist. And so it's like it really does depend.
you
a
could
lot
already
on,
do something broken.
The on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is that obviously, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these crazy outliers to the same extent. And it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed because there's certain broken things. So the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just let's get the balance of characters right. And
Yeah, I guess that's true.
yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. The next one will have half that. The next one
It did
half
have
that, and
problems,
probably
but
eventually it's gonna
honestly,
be
I'm
down to,
surprised
here's
of
only a few things going,
how well it
out of whack.
was.
There's always going to be something.
Like there was
because
so
we
much
add too much
content.
for it
There
to
was
even
not
be
a lot
controlled.
of issues.
Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too
that
many
were
skills,
like
and
game
too many other
breaking,
changes
and
for
yes, there were
any
a lot
amount
of
people.
issues, but
you're
I feel
talking
like
about a matter of you'd have to put in,
considering a lot of other
thousands and
releases,
thousands of hours internally,
and this is
to find
early
it
access
where-
as well,
and then you give it to the players.
I feel like
so
it was
many
pretty
people, it's gonna take
decent.
literally 5 minutes.
At least for
so it
me,
is-
I had a great
it's
time.
very beneficial. We're lucky in that regard that
Oh.
we get to that level of testing and feedback, and on such a mass level, and especially with things like Ninja
Yeah,
and all
honestly, I
that,
think-
and other people being able to see it and discuss.
I mean,
it
this
more
is
openly,
for
we're just gonna
good
be
and
able to
for
iterate on it
ill,
even
but I
faster.
definitely think developing a game
But yeah, every single patch you're
with
gonna
this
see a
much
pretty substantial change in
transparency is honestly the
gonna happen.
best
Yeah,
way to
it's
do
amazing
it if you want to make a really fun and
Well,
successful
100%,
game.
100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gens. It's
Stabby
over 100
Kitty,
support gens
hello.
added just this patch. It's it's already like so many. And with
Please,
you doing different
please don't
weapons for
stab
each of
anyone.
The 16 classes.
Yeah, I
and
mean, there's going to be a lot
16
by the time we're
weapons.
done.
It
But there kind of has
supports
to be,
all-
right? Because
I know, that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
Because
do.
otherwise, it's not going to work. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those
If your
are
friend
very
would
much
ask me, then
right.
you're friends with me. Well, that's great.
You must
That's
be looking
wonderful.
to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases.
Yeah.
In some cases.
What stuff
Then,
is popular getting
But the
I
thing-
will
the thing with the
avoid getting
recommendations,
stabbed
though,
for
is that,
today.
they can't really
Thank God.
take into account what you've already got on the gem. So
Yeah.
the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little.
Yeah, that's
different
fair.
there.
Maybe like
I think that's
some
good.
more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
There are, yes,
Yeah.
there are.
It's going to be an
I do
interesting,
think there
strategy
should
for
be
the
like a
subs.
search
Make enough supports there.
system for
So another thing that you managed
finding
to
gems
challenge
based on
yourselves,
what's
and I
in
always
the
wonder, like,
description,
why did you do this to yourselves?
and not
as
just the
specters?
name of the
Originally
gem
those were planned
itself.
to be in for launch, but obviously
'Cause that
specters are a
way
whole can of worms.
you
It's-
could actually
just
search for
give
like
players access to every
bleed
monster. Also,
stuff.
we've made so many new monsters.
We're
Because
talking
then you
about all
would
the
get
broken, there's
like
gonna be some
magnitude
broken
of
in there, I
bleed
promise
up
you.
or something like that.
and there's
The
gonna
same
be
way you
stuff
can
we have to
search in
change.
the skill tree kind of.
I mean,
Like, I think it would be nice to have
they've
something like that
but
for
I mean,
the gems.
Effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a
I am
balance
Asana
pass
Protector.
of this and like see if there's anything that's
That's
going to
good,
be a
that's
problem
good.
and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but now
accordingly.
you've got to account
Make sure-
all those
make sure
support gems on all
she's
those
all right.
monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing,
Which-
isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and you know, like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE 1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So
But you know, the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is
Oh,
that
yeah,
you
I
also get the
completely
mods
forgot
from
about
the
that.
thing that
Oh,
you
yeah.
tamed. So you know, that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of
So,
potential interactions.
When they say
So,
beast
you know, we'll see
taming,
what
does that
happens there.
include the
We've done nice
dinosaurs?
specific
'Cause
player versions
I
of
would
those
love that.
things for which specifically when you
Wait, does that
tame
mean
the
you can
beast so that
tame
they're
like
not
the
sitting there
gorilla
spamming skills in
bosses?
your hideout and all of that?
Yeah.
Because that seems.
Yes.
I guess there's you
But
can't
also, like,
maybe you
there-
can't
there
tame
actually are
bosses. It
player
has to be
versions
like
of the,
normal
of
mobs.
the mods that Res can get, like so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So you know, basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter, yeah.
Headhunter and Headhunter and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's player versions of the monster.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, this new
a
attention
unique
to these
belt.
things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's
Yeah,
a new.
it is.
Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique
on.
charm that possesses
Oh.
you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the demons and the stats. And
Wait, what?
those technically also have player versions too, but actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better.
Actually,
because
that sounds cool. That
monsters are
sounds
balanced
awesome.
to fight player life and monster life,
yeah.
not in the same universe. So, actually, what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling
Oh.
monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It
Yeah,
was
that's
mentioned
true.
in chat,
That's good
actually,
call.
The whole like Asmeri modifiers and things. On
And I
stuff,
guess that
wouldn't
applies,
go-
like, with the
that wouldn't
Spectre
transfer
and the
over with
taming.
companion system, surely.
No.
Yeah, that would be a little bit too far.
Yeah,
perhaps,
yeah.
a bit
I'm really. Oh yeah, we get
We actually had to because this
Witch
is, certainly a
Ascendancy as
benefit.
well.
Once you
I
have,
definitely want to try
tamed
out
the
that
beast,
Ascendancy.
It is not tradable. And people might
Oh.
immediately be like, "Oh, so that's sad." Well, the issue
and
is,
then
and
do a
as much
bunch
as you
of
might want some of that,
specters.
I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time, so that every
Yeah.
single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and.
Because it would mean that
flame
finding
it.
a
Oh,
rare would
God,
become a thing.
yes.
Yes, exactly.
It's actually
yeah,
like this
th-
annoying.
actually,
in order
yeah,
to make
thank
the most
God they
money, I
didn't
have
do
to
that.
be constantly thinking
Yeah.
about and carrying around tame.
But then we
beasts
also
and-
made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after
Yeah,
that
so
is allowed to
so you
tame it.
can't do
So
any,
you
like-
can't TFT the you
Oh,
know,
okay.
That's
good.
Wow.
They,
There's like
they
a whole
thought
like,
of
there's
that.
a lot of thinking about
Oh
that
my
stuff in
God.
order to make it so that, you know, yeah.
It's
No,
a sad thing to
yeah,
have
yeah.
to have lost, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is like Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Good
the,
call.
like needing
Good
for cheat
call.
sheets and
Yeah,
guides
exactly,
and stuff.
right?
Like,
And so you
which
have to be
beats
really
worth the
careful.
worst
You have to be so
currency
careful.
this week.
And the thing is like, it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading
Man,
beasts
that
is
would have
gonna
been
be fun,
such
but then
grief.
you realize that the horrific reality.
Actually.
of
You just steal the
Battle
beast from
so it's like,
someone.
yeah, okay,
Oh,
well,
no.
you know, but yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't
We've
sort of
been
run
down
into
that
those
road
problems.
before.
Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah,
with
man,
that
it
sort
would
of
have been
trading.
so
Fantastic.
awful to have
So,
to do
talking about some
even
of the other new
more
skills, we have the
inventory
addition of the
management
rower,
with
which
Tame
was a
Beast.
decent-
That
quite
would have
some
been
time ago, I
the
think it is.
worst. Thank
But,
God they didn't do
You've
that.
got it in and working now, and it looks
Yes.
like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
and
Yes.
Inventory
obviously,
management in of
it's got,
itself
like, a big
kind of
downside. If
sucks,
you get knocked
honestly.
off at any
I
stun
hate
stuff,
that
you
in
can't use
games.
melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But in
it does
Path
seem
of
like one of those things
Exile,
that's gonna be
it's
like everyone's going to use on no
it's
one's gonna
kinda
use
okay.
because it's a clear speed machine.
I don't
It is
know.
a
I feel like
concern.
they implemented
I
it in
mean,
a
look,
way
my ideal situation is
that
you're
it's
using
so
it sometimes
part
and
of the
not using it other
gameplay
times.
in of itself
Like, if you're using it like during
that it's
clear, I
fine.
think it will.
But
you know,
it
you will
also
definitely
is
want to,
extremely
but,
annoying sometimes.
It's we want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean sure, I suppose, but like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can. As much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
You believe wrong, my friend.
As
It
I
is
said
balanced
earlier,
in every
probably
way
if it
you
was to get
thought
to the point of
possible,
parrying
but
indefinitely, so you can-
unfortunately,
that means
there are so
theoretically
many
probably get to the
players
point
who
of
know
sure,
how to
sure,
unbalance
sure,
the
sure.
balance.
Again, enough evasion and enough
Yep.
stagger speaking
yeah.
into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's
but
what
without the
you
penalty.
but what you don't get is the penalty for when you
of
attack.
course.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
that's the
okay.
thing. But it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside
Yeah.
anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is.
When you're doing
Yeah,
That's
there
awesome.
are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of
Okay.
each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone,
Oh, right, yeah.
but inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tamed beast if you're using the road.
And then there are heaps of passives for like
Oh,
whenever you have a companion, or,
okay.
like, companions while they're in your presence.
So tame
all that kind of
beasts
stuff. Heaps of that stuff
count
are on
as
the
a
bottom of the tree.
companion
Yeah,
as well.
I saw you guys remade the minion damage, is player damage node on the tree. It's
Ah.
companion damage nodes become.
So you can
player
only have
damage
one
nodes. I was
beast
Like, oh,
then.
that looks like
Yes,
I'm gonna
that
take
too.
that.
Well, so that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that like,
Yeah.
synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion,
In
I
a
like the
way,
idea
kind of
of,
like
balance where
the
its minion ends up
hellhound
being
of
that you're, map clearing
Infernalist.
on rollback.
Just
and then, you get to the boss,
absolutely
you dismount,
juice
like,
that
old
one
school
minion.
mounted knights who charge in battle and
Yep.
then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a
I
pretty
think
cool
that
balance
should
for
be,
it.
that should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your
I
dodge roll for
believe.
the
Yeah,
boss fight
exactly,
where you need
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's
like
certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds. For sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
some
yeah. I
support
mean it's a
gems
minion, right? Like
you
it
can do
attacks
things with.
things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
I feel like the Roa
there's
looked
There's the one that's like the minion
quite
takes 10% of the
similar
damage before you
to
do,
the
so
Sacrets
sacrificial
in
bird.
Monster Hunter.
Poor little guy.
Not gonna lie.
So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every
on
base
top
type
of.
to have to have a unique that you can chance. And
Yes,
so that
okay.
was with the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way the like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the high ones, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
we thought we'd get through them all, right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have any.
Make sure to.
So this time we're like,
eat
okay,
some
we
good
really need to
food.
make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. That so the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it does help. Turns out. But
so with this update,
so yeah, effectively, like you should. This should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just gonna keep going with that.
Yeah,
by the way, like,
of course. Yeah.
Oh,
100
okay,
now,
okay.
100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until
My question was answered
honestly, we never
before
really
I
stop making
made it.
uniques, like,
Because I was wondering if
familiar
this
with
next
Path of
patch
Exile 1's
would,
history is
because they
every
said they wanted to
expansion
get all
since
the
dawn of
base
time has had
uniques
new
out,
uniques added to it.
if they weren't going to add more after
there's,
that, but
you know,
they are.
a lot
Okay.
there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I
then let's talk
definitely feel
about the
like.
idea of like players seeing a unique and be like,
I mean,
"Ah,
it
why
has
not?"
so much build variety already.
Where do you guys?
With
what do you guys
all
want
the
uniques to be in
skills,
Path
all
of
the
Exile 2?
classes,
Like, how powerful should they
ascendancies,
be? What should they
and
be
then
able to do?
uniques on
How
top
should they
of
affect
that.
the rares in that slot?
I mean, it's always a tension because we want
So-
rares to still matter. Like we don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. So the earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas,
Yeah.
obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it, and that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along, or something
Like
might happen, and then people
Pillar
find
of the
an interesting
Cage
interaction, and that's
God.
when
That
the unique
I
kind of
heard that
comes into its own.
weapon,
And I mean,
which
that's the
has
same
no
as, like,
level
magic card design
requirements.
philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of maybe you find something. But
It works
obviously
in
it can mean
endgame
that,
for
when
sure.
people see a new unique, they might like,
One would
they
argue that it was
dismiss
even better in
but
endgame
then
than early
one day
game.
they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So you could, but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because like it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that like feels smart, and
100%.
If we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah.
So
when we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going like, this is going to be really expensive, or this is going to be really cheap.
well, in
Like,
some cases,
that's-
Well,
yeah,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
Nah, I don't remember. It's more of the charm.
Oh yeah, that.
So
I
that's
mean,
the
honestly,
thing,
that
aiming
is
for
that's the broken one.
Honestly, there's someone said the other day, they were like, it's a successful unique is one that should be divisive. And I was like, I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Chase.
And
I
others
agree.
are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment,
that's-
throw it in there, and let
I
the
think that's
players
fun
figure that
though.
out.
That's
Yeah, I
good.
feel like you're with
That
all
they're
these
like
uniques you're designing a
they're not
question, you're just
thinking
like,
about
I'm gonna put something that's a little weird.
the
Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think it's
consequences in a
free, she
way.
called it, it's a
It's
puzzle
more
piece,
like,
right?
hey,
Yeah.
this
It's
looks
just a
fun.
piece
This
of the
looks
puzzle, you
cool.
put it there,
Or this is
and maybe someone will complete
unique.
the puzzle, or half of it. Maybe
so
not. And then others
it
where
could
it's just
potentially
like,
be
this is
something
powerful.
really
Like,
interesting.
I mean,
And
there
then
are
they just
definitely
throw it
features
in
uniques
and see what happens. I kind of like that.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So on Chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point, you do need
Right.
to consider like how
So
expensive they end up being.
it's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like post pinnacle boss type,
You win.
like level of character
Yes.
development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players.
Oh,
might
really?
expect.
Why is that?
But then also, you've got okay, whatever. But also, we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh, it's still
right?
crazy for sure. But the thing is, like, you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore, you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment.
I guess temporalis is. I mean, it's
therefore, that one
quite
becoming rarer, I
difficult
think, was the
to
right
get.
answer there, because it was way too common.
I feel like it's
We had
fair
also
that
the issues with like
it's strong.
Like, I mean, there were 3 real issues. One is darkness at one point bypassed honor loss, so all of a sudden a no-hit run. It wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had guard bypass honor loss, so once again a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in 1 frame, right? So those 3 problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than 1 frame due to a subset of builds, and those other 2 things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. I mean, it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common.
Ideally, or a broken build.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time. So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same.
I think the last boss with the drops temporalis.
Some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually do it.
And it shouldn't have.
They weren't expecting it to be able to get nuked down so hard that some of the builds were able to do. So it's so funny that the boss itself just bugs out
coming out a lot more, it looks like.
if you do too much damage at once.
So greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is.
Okay. Feel like my internet should be good, but
are way more common because I believe you made a change. There's an
maybe
omen
it's the
in every
bitrate.
2.5 times more common, I think.
Type it on streaming.
Thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
Okay.
the greater essences.
That's nice.
Obviously, the
but I just feel like
much
rituals
more
weren't.
Common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be
like,
happening more.
I don't know.
And then of course there's the improvements to things like
Because what you wanted to get with the omen was
the
boss item or the item to get to the boss. The rituals, but I feel like that one was so rare in of itself.
More options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2.
Or maybe I just got unlucky.
A crafting bench, but it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. And I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the more the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So you kind of it's a really
the way
sort
it
of
is
subtle
now
balancing act,
before
but,
this update at least. I feel like
will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's
ground items are equally
well, I think done
like
right,
as exciting as
sure that the ground items
a normal item because
you had that fundamental
if it gets good stats, you can craft it and potentially get something
and that's
fun.
very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more.
I guess if you have a normal item, you can the first 2 stats kinda you can
because they don't
get more guaranteed what you want, but
that's very good. But when it comes to the
I feel like now with the newer crafting stuff,
we do want to retain
stuff
that an item has. We do want to retain
that is
for the most
the
part
case, maybe?
the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that
Neko and Kitty are
it's just
here.
That on top
Great.
of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to, and then when you do it that
just
way,
don't
really
make
well.
sure
So
not
Soccer Balls work really well
to
as a crafting system
let
today.
Kitty be stabby.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this talking to you. It's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but
Yes.
players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
What's that?
So obviously there's
what's
like a
that joke?
branding issue or a
100%.
functionality.
Has a
It's-
lot
it is
of
funny 'cause I was actually
stability,
saying the other day that,
ability
like,
to stab.
If we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, like which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Like then I feel like people would be
Can you
thinking
only
that we've got a
stab it when
crafting bench,
someone
but
is mean?
Yeah, ultimately
Alright,
that is
fair
that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
You
I
shouldn't
guess it
use
must have also
violence,
been,
but
like, with that
you know,
initial
I get
kind
it,
of
man. I
output
get
of
the
them
feeling.
was,
Sometimes you
just not as many
just want to get a little
options
A hundred
stabby.
percent
you
as
had
well. So that is
access
the issue,
to.
and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them. They'll do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods because there is a thing where it's the more like in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool because then you end up this sort of situation where you get items that got random shit you don't care about. Like the crafting is where you want to have all of.
Oh,
the
you
kind of stuff
mean
that's, very
like
build specific.
lower
And so adding more
lower
mods
level
to that
requirement
so
or
that you can do
lower
that is
attribute
just the right
requirements?
idea.
I mean,
why is it that
like that
you
stat
can't
that is so
socket and
completely
some things,
useless and
like
nobody
non-attack
wants it.
weapons, for example?
Well,
It was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted
Yeah.
these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Much like how, the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have, like, not everything be super homogenous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Oh, maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the
Okay,
ones.
all right. You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but like at endgame, it's much clicky.
You're not
busy
happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you
No,
know that?
no,
Well, that's
no.
all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I planted the seeds at least.
Okay.
Done my part.
Yeah,
Well,
I see no reason like
There's
except
ways.
immersion why it
Like
should
the
be
sounds of that.
separated.
Well, at least for endgame.
honestly.
Like,
Yeah, that's
I,
what
I do.
figured, yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just,
endgame,
like-
you've got your hideout where they're all
It would
like-
have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean,
Because I feel like in
within
endgame,
each other's
I mean, you
personal
can
space
make
anyway,
it.
so the lore
This
goes
is
out
a
the window at
world
that
with
point,
gods
sure.
and magic.
So
You can make
we've also
a
got,
like a
fractured
artificer
crafted fear and
bench
orb
that
from
lets you do
cleansed
whatever.
monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
So is that
and
like
then,
5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah,
Because the ones you didn't
yeah.
cleanse while you were getting to the nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you kind of choose one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well,
it's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs. Or you can fight the corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have like for example, the corrupted.
So you want to
bosses have
beline
their
the
own uniques
Nexus
now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that.
There's a bunch of new modifiers and how they. So there's like
Yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff.
Clever.
So you kind of really are
Cle-
like,
cleansed map
have a look at the
seems-
mods.
They
I
seem
this,
giga
this,
chad.
Then this, then the Nexus.
Cleansed
and then I'm
map
gonna do the rest
seems
cleansed.
like
Does
you
the
could get
cleansed
all
boss have its
the
own
good
uniques as
shit.
well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss.
Oh.
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains I can't remember his name. Then you run it and
In a
kill
game
it,
with
you
so
will get a
much
fractured orb.
chance,
So at least
I
you'll
do
know that
like
will drop one.
Yeah.
certain
So,
guarantees.
with the fractured orbs being a way of fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we
not
were going to do
currently.
it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah, so an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think
At some point you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably.
that, like this.
Yeah,
This feels
personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to
Honestly,
use them.
yeah. I think that's
I like
better
it from
too.
the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then you're
already
like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because you
because
use
you
it.
need that
Yeah.
as the thing of the fractional,
makes
so it's
sense.
kind of not necessary. I think. Yeah.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources. Is like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle thing.
if you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
That
So we're
is
gonna have a lot more
awesome.
essences, a lot more omens, potentially
Like
ability to
I
get
didn't have
fractured,
too much
recombination,
problem with getting
the
currency
new,
drops.
more accessible at low and mid.
Honestly,
tier
I think I
combination.
think I got like.
Yeah.
This is.
I mean, I played for 500 hours, but I think I got like
This is a huge leap
5
forwards
divine
compared to
or
0.1's crafting.
maybe 6.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like
So I feel
humble
like-
baseline for crafting, so that you could then go crazy with it? Like,
The drop
honestly,
was
I mean, look,
kinda
on some
alright
level,
for
it can
me.
just be, you know, like
But I
you
know
need an
there's a lot
economy
of
to see how
people
things
that
evolve, you know, we just don't want to do too
maybe
much
got
at once,
one
although this
or
may seem like
maybe
quite a lot.
none at
Is
all.
it- but the thing is like
After
in terms
hundreds of
the
hours
the
of
initial
gameplay.
system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start,
Yeah.
I think
So I
that we
think this
wouldn't
is
have
a
been, like,
nice
you know,
inclusion.
Well, put it this way, it's hard
To
to
use
get stuff away, so
the
that's why we
Yeah.
have to be a little bit careful. as we
areas
do it.
around the
yeah,
map
I guess you needed to
to
kind of assess the fundamental things like the no
decide
scouts, the
which
no
Yeah,
bosses
100%.
and stuff
type
like
of
that as
maps you
well,
want,
'cause then you can have a better idea of how to build off that.
what kind of gear you want to go for.
Crafting.
But of
Yeah,
course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to
Or
be
Oh,
items.
yeah. Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, I mean, this whole
somewhat
patch.
actually
I mean, we're getting
I
some
love
new
it,
ascendancies
perfect.
and a new class,
So,
which
let's
is
talk about
awesome.
endgame then, because
But it does seem like most of it is just nice quality of life
implementation
and
of
like
PoE 2's
improved
endgame,
crafting.
Obviously, trying some new things, being a
Which
bit
obviously is
experimental,
awesome.
Not necessarily just wanting to copy
It's very
PoE 1's
nice.
endgame, but how far of your vision was 0.1's endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we
I wonder-
had is there wasn't enough overlapping.
So I
axes
do
and
want to play
randomness
like a
with them, where
hardcore
effectively
playthrough with the
you
new
need to
league.
have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances.
So,
for
but I
random
wonder
shit occurring.
if I should
And
try
then
out
that random
Huntress,
shit like might happen
or
alongside
if I
some
should
other
go
random
with like
shit,
the
and then now
ascendants,
thing
one of the
together
new
is like a new scenario. So,
ascendancies.
I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right.
Probably
so,
not
but
the
it's like,
mercenary,
if you
'cause
look
that's
at what
more
we
of a
actually
support
added here
build,
in terms of like
but
encounters, if you will, whatever that means.
like
to you.
the
Like, we've added
lich
kind of
witch.
more than 40, probably
The Lich
something
Witch.
approaching 50 encounters, and that's if like
That
if
seemed
you-
very
if you
interesting.
count things like, you know, each rogue exile is a separate one, and each, like, you know, spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other
And you
things.
just do
So you have a
shit
situation
ton
where,
of
you know, that you've got
mana
the,
and mana
Asmeri
regen
wisp
stacking.
that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before. Or then, you know, like you've got some essence thing that, like, you know, or like, oh crap, you know, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then, you know, like you know, it's just like it's all that stuff combining. Or like, you know, what happens when this goes with a, you know, with a unique strongbox, and it's like all
Oh,
that
wait.
combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential
I just thought of
explosion
something.
of like possible combat situations. And then
Do
sometimes
Huntress
you just
with the
run into stuff
lightning
you've never seen before
abilities
because of that.
and
this
Herald of
combines in an interesting
Lightning.
way, and that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got
And
very
then-
well, because
oh,
it's got so
wait,
many of
never
these things
mind,
that have been
because
added
it's-
over time. And it's
I
also
guess that's
something that we took
melee
care to make sure that each
attacks.
league,
Or
specifically did.
martial attacks.
So
And
what PoE 2
Archmage
lacked
only
was,
works
I
on
think, that. And,
spells,
so that will mean,
maybe, I
the endgame's
think.
overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and
So otherwise I
more
was
of the other stuff, but
thinking
fundamentally, it's like it wasn't enough.
could add
it was
Archmage
specifically more
onto
of
that, but I don't think
type
you can.
of stuff
I
that we needed
forgot.
to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. Like we'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that like when you're like when we're first working on the end game, it's right. It's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like what are the, you know, the league things and like the maps, and, you know, like we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit, you know, require a bit more like time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're, you know, they're like making a new strongbox. Like sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. You know, but it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So
Could you
we'll
give
just be
better
continuing to do
rewards
that
from
for
the
game.
strong
I mean,
boxes?
even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So you know, we haven't like got there yet, but like through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the end game as well.
And with the leagues as well.
Yeah.
And like, there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions. You know, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. You know, I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand.
Yeah, I mean, they
on
already they did show that certain
even Expedition only has
monsters
one
could
boss.
be like promoted.
It had 4 in the predecessor. You know, like we
During,
need to
like,
get back
a
to
fight.
having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to have to, it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve.
Yeah, that's
to
true.
actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, you know, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, you know, like it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself. It like, because it adds to everything else too. And so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have. And so like, you know, it's an n squared thing where like, you know, the square of all the stuff we add. So like basically,
I mean, that's
feel like
definitely
it's ramping up
true,
in terms of interest,
but that's because of how
rather than just feeling like
the basic design, the foundation of the game is made, which is actually very smart for this type of game,
as Mary Wisps,
where
it's not just about adding
you can
that,
use everything
with
with
that already exist that it can
anything
go ahead
almost.
and affect.
When it comes to abilities,
ultimately, I think
most of the
is
skill
just that, like,
trees,
the core basic mapping of running an empty map was.
then you have
before,
certain
and that's
unique
never what you
things
wanna be,
about
obviously.
like special classes that
So,
have
like,
special
some of the issues
ascendancies
there, I guess, as
that can
well,
make
were
special
exacerbated by
builds
that
available
problem was
only
the
to
fact that maps
them,
were
and
so
you have all the
big and there was so
uniques
many
that
of
build
them.
on top of that.
Obviously, that's
and
getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming.
so adding in
much more
one new
interesting.
class,
But it
like
seems like
that
this
is
corruption and
essentially
cleansing mechanic
not
is
only that
breaking
new
up and giving you
class,
something
it
to
is
progress through
new
as you move towards
skills
the next
and
tower
like
or
skill
next
stones
boss
for
or
every
next other
class
mechanic. I mean,
in
I guess there's always
combination with
something on your
everything
screen
that
they're
they
pushing
could do
towards,
as
right?
well.
Like,
well, we want to try
Which is so
and,
cool.
Like, honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in endgame. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of like, here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like, there's like different stuff that you're like that.
Ooh,
you feel like, there's a thing, you know, like exactly right. You need to ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But yeah, it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more things, because obviously, you know, you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content, really. At that point, you know, you just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
100% get more.
And 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you can interact with.
Exactly,
And it's your skill points.
yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like, let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then, you know, which you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
And you also have
a lot more objective driven, as opposed to just again
kind of
random grind and
tablets
random exploration
basis
and
castles
a
or
pretty decent chunk of unique
citadels.
maps,
That's what they're called.
Yeah.
I call them
It's
unique
funny,
That you
yeah,
can
it's funny 'cause
see in
I
the
was pointing
fog
out
of
the other
war.
day the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
You know,
map
there's not a
system.
unique
We have
map,
an
yeah,
icon.
exactly.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from PoE
Yeah, because
1.
you can
Yeah.
use mods with them with Waystones anyway,
these-
so it doesn't. There's no actual
True.
reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it and
just,
enhance
it
it. And
really
juice
just
it.
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative
Yeah.
to other things, right? So
And how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe
again,
in
so hard to
terms
explain.
of player screen.
yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
you,
How many? I had the numbers. I just don't remember them.
well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like,
Yeah.
this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the two that existed.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
they are just more common.
Yeah.
It's not like the reason. Part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only two, and
Yep.
that would have just been repetitive and boring.
Mhm.
One of the other restrictions is that like
yeah,
the Vault of Kamasa
I
was
guess.
restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak,
Yeah.
and
But I mean, you
that was one
choose
of the
which
Citadel
path to
biomes.
go.
It's like one of the
So
rarest and latest.
if you
you
do
know?
get
Yeah.
bored,
So it's like
you would just
We've
take
not only
another
made that
path.
more common within that biome, but a lot of the new
I
ones,
think
in
it's
fact,
better
all of the new
to
ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and
give
thus
more
they are appearing more
options.
frequently. And some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, you know. So like,
Ah.
Because,
ideally
for
there's a little bit of
example,
just
like
like
the
you see the edge
Mire
of a desert
map,
and you're like, oh my god, please.
whatever the
Yes,
one with the
so that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like
Yeah.
you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one node that like
I think it's the
affected
Mire
your drop
map.
slightly,
Well,
but obviously that's not much.
The
but-
one that
That
was the
one's
Shattered Lakes, for
absolutely
example, as you
sucks.
can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, you know, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually three
Ooh, okay.
special maps that can spawn only in the water.
Good.
So go to the water.
Oh, like
And,
completely new
otherwise, how
maps?
easy is it to find? You said there was an icon.
Alright,
Obviously, you
cool,
kind of have
cool.
an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
Oh, there's art there, yeah.
spottable on
yeah,
the map?
there's-
Yeah, so the
That
one we
looks
looked at with the
interesting.
one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning. So
Cool.
yes.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Cute.
That's cool
great.
details.
So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also for, especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here,
Mm.
but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 0-2 isn't getting a change there to that side, but in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier, there's more, it's a bigger tree, there's more interesting stuff.
There's
You know.
subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are
Yep.
way lower life
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so that's like a pretty
But
substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same
Yeah.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like, you know, due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just
Okay,
opening that
interesting.
up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Yeah, which will
pinnacle
give you your
bosses now.
first sets of points certainly a lot easier now.
Yeah, that's
that being
nice.
said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that
Well,
balance
with
goes.
the
Joke's on you, because I'm not.
Yeah. One of
My
those
build
things-
is
one
still
of those
viable,
things,
baby.
Anyway, the ultimate point being, yeah,
Until you nerf Archmage,
you're certainly going to get those.
there's
initial
always
going to
be a broken sorceress build.
However, yeah, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 0-2 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach,
I do wonder about
there's only so much you can actually modify.
how they will
now,
expand
right?
the skill tree
There's a level of radius, speed,
when there's
density
new
of
classes
monsters,
that
and,
are
like, sure, there's the
introduced.
standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different, you know, itemizations or additional things with, you know, catalysts and whatnot. Like, you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so
Yeah.
it'd be nice to get those things in and also
I
kind of
mean,
look at the trees at the same time.
if
and
you look at the
reevaluate
tree
how
in
that
Path of
works, just so we
Exile
can
1, you
have them be
didn't
more
think so,
interesting
but
while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses,
tree in
if
Path
you're,
of
like,
Exile
halfway through
2
the
actually
level, you
looks
don't need to,
reasonable.
Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as he was saying, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime.
At all?
I think that's just a straight up
Okay.
upgrade, and I think that
I thought it was
it's
just
not
as
like
long
you
as
were
you had
playing Pinnacle
attempts
bosses for
still.
experience.
No.
So yeah, it does the downside is no.
I mean, I
not
guess
really.
dying to
It also
Pinnacle
is the
boss
nice
is
thing of really just
punishing
keeping,
enough
like, if we
because
add
you
more
need a
leagues,
bunch
for
of
example,
items
and we end up
to
with a domain of timeless conflict problem,
to
where it's just
even
like rotations
get
to
to
level
it.
to max level, like ultra.
That you
we
will
don't want that type of
like
content to
use
be
at
up.
the
least
way you
now we
level.
can say like
Yeah.
maps are the way you level, like that is
Yeah.
what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and you know, maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like, it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's
not,
something
that's not
nice about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At
though?
least,
It's
at,
not something
at
you-
least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems,
Confirm.
right?
Okay. Also, they're going to add Delve.
I know you want to do something with
Yes,
Delve.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You're a fan. You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. That the whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad.
Yeah.
It's just not as bad in PoE 1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like,
But I'll
map
be- I mean,
progression,
it is
there's been
annoying
some fundamental changes that
to
you're
lose
telling me that,
progress.
now
Especially
you can no longer drop maps below
when
your current
you're
level of map.
It's correct.
way
yes,
higher
you
levels.
no longer get if you're playing, a T5 map.
But at the very
you're only
least,
gonna
up
get,
to level
T5 maps,
85,
or if there's
I
a
didn't
boss
feel
there,
like
a
it was
T6
that
map,
much
but
of an
we've
issue.
also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually
But beyond that, I
map
can
drops are way less
imagine
random now entirely. When you
losing
kill
that
the
much
last
XP
rare in a
is
map,
gonna be
that has
insufferable.
It can affect it at T1. That was 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier, and then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then the way there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3-to-1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up plus
corrupting up +1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those two options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now. Now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, high enough mod count.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
there is a boss here. I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss. You
I
kill the boss,
definitely
you go
feel
up a tier.
like as long as you,
then you sustain that tier forever, as long as you can do the.
As long as you
difficult.
beat
It's just
a
very
map,
clean.
And if
you
you're
should be
adding more mods, which you do
guaranteed
need to be doing,
to get
continue
one
to maintain
waystone
100%
of
ability
a higher
to
tier.
go up tiers.
And as long as that's the case, then the rest of it is just get good, don't die.
Effectively gets the
and if you do die, then obviously the tier is too high for you, and you should do a bunch of lower until you get better gear or higher level.
You're not going to have just like hordes of low-level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just no, it does. There are still, you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case.
I mean, if you do get a higher tier,
you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly
on every map that has at very least a boss, I think he said.
Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have
and then you go to tower, because now if you go to a tower, you can like create more boss maps.
Probably
I think
has way more of an impact on the sustain.
So if you can do that and then just go do a bunch of boss maps, you can get up into high tier pretty fast.
Way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because if because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen. For players who like and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the
are they gonna have more
magic by default?
Yes.
Is that something you're
portals
still
for the
doing,
same map
I believe
now?
it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Maybe not.
Because then it would actually be way more forgiving and kind of
we were going to make it so that
and kind of nice, honestly. It wouldn't feel as bad if you got screwed over because you get stuck
undecided
on certain enemies that spawn right on top of you and died.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic
or get randomly stunned or frozen.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with uniques, since you get their unique guaranteed?
If you're strong enough or if you're skilled enough, essentially.
8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course, Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or
there are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques. But when they do, they're using them.
The
AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from
I
having
lower
uniques
the source.
It's roll per slot, so
yeah.
But
so
you might have a line of just
fraction of a fraction of a percent for like all of them, but still like 5 or something like that.
It can happen.
But they have quite a lot, like because they're a player. The assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop. More biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're doing that like full set of items because you've killed a player. Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. I feel like it's even more important here in PoE too, so that's awesome. But just some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys?
That is nice.
You won't know they're
that you can get really good gear from like the drops and stuff, but
they talk.
I mean, the absolute best gear you're gonna get is
they monologue before
gonna be crafted.
I don't know if I'd go to quite the level of monologue.
When I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
you're just like running away.
He's like,
don't make me
don't force my hand.
Well, look, you can just run away.
God damn it. What is with the internets?
Portals you have, so unless you're running like a
Shouldn't
full
be
6
that
modded
bad.
Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event. At some
Don't
point,
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a
Yeah,
1
yeah.
week
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is the stream lagging for me?
event or something in the future.
That'd be
And
pretty
it's like,
easy to do.
just take one of
Yeah.
your items.
Yeah.
And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
And you had the
Yeah.
Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I don't tame's the right word.
Higher
Higher
exile.
exile.
You run up and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can quickly be like, take 1 million gold.
Like,
Like,
just give me a little snack.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000
Oh.
gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind
You,
of
I know you've
Come on.
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points in the
well,
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles.
Whoop.
You recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Go
Let's
on
open a
little
window.
rabbit
Yeah.
hole here.
So goddamn
we
hot
did have
in
some
here.
League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1,
Getting
2, Path
hot
of Exile
in
2.
here.
You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely.
Nice.
But I mean, I think that like
PoE 2
sort of the hope in
exclusive.
the long term is that each, as we kind of get past the end of early access and as we're sort of just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do. You know, like and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great. So it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening and like
Where you
the
feel
plan
their
the actual plan relates to the things that like
Yeah.
are definitely
But I
happening.
think
You're talking
that's-
acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like
I
different.
think that's a
like,
sign
happening.
of a, like
It's a
a
long time produced that sort of happens
like
in the background.
good
You've got
game
outsources, armies of
developers
people kind of working on that stuff.
that they're
And then
willing
all the kind of like
to
more incidentally stuff is very much like
change
let's do something cool. Let's
change
just make
things
this. Why don't we
based
do
off
this,
of new
And we don't
information.
have a, I
that
don't
they're
have a
not
plan
just
for the next,
locked
12
down
strong
or
boxes. It's just
ego
an idea
about
and, like,
one
that's
specific
cool.
idea.
Just a fun little project for a
So
designer.
that's good to hear. God damn it. I should have. Oh fuck. I should have good internet. What is this? I paid for that shit.
Och att gå hem från butiken är ju
No
också
free
kul.
ads.
Men att beställa med Volt.
Okay, you can watch it, but not hear it.
like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything
Which, by the
in
way,
every
heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Ah man. That was so good though.
Just get that out of the way.
Just get that out of the way. Right?
The power of the
Ah.
characters kind of
Yeah.
distorted
Martial
the league balance in a
skills
way where
getting
it's like we have
nerfed
make some
to the
changes. So it's
ground.
coming down a bit.
I think we saw
For
that
sure.
one coming. with the
Yeah,
heralds.
well, 100%.
Okay, so that's why they introduced a unique with all the
it
three
certainly does end
heralds
up being
because
the
they
case
nerfed
that, like, the
heralds.
patch notes are, so by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week. But they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because there's
Yeah.
a lot of things that needed
Yeah,
to get.
let's talk about.
I mean,
this.
to be
all right,
fair-
all right,
My
settle in here.
expectations
Yeah,
and
yeah.
anticipations are
Yeah.
that this first one is going to be an absolute
To
wrecking
be
ball
fair,
of
the herald
chaos
thing
and
was
carnage and
definitely
see
a
where
bug
things
because
land.
it would just
But then maybe over time it'll
infinitely
become a
loop
sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should
until
be
the
case.
monster's
As I
dead.
said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time.
Yeah.
5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can
Yeah,
halve
yeah.
it every
Keep
single time.
halving.
People should really
that
be going
was
in with the
like- that was not
expectation
as
that, nothing they
intended.
knew about how the game was balanced before is the
Forget
same. Just
everything
forget
you
everything you know. Like, you know,
Forget about it.
Exactly. So yeah, basically we'll that kind of just means that everyone who's finding builds do it again. Like look,
Do
you're
it
going to
again.
find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before. So yeah,
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, it's
What do you
it's-
mean? Pillar of the Cage God, attribute
the
stacking.
hope
Let's
is, though,
go.
that- yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, and like I it will take time, but we will get to the point where we know
It's just
have things
it's
that
a level
are
1 weapon.
easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a few different a combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. You know, like it should be that.
I did do like I think I did
that's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no, but that
mercenary
but anyway, so the point
attribute
is that, like,
stacking with the Pillar of the Cage God,
should be a bit of a fight. But then,
and
of course, you do
like it
get
wasn't even an
back to the
optimized
ability
build. I
after,
just
you know,
used the
like,
staff,
continuing
and
to
god
expand,
damn
like,
it,
taking
that shit
the
is so
character
broken.
Post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
So imagine
But
if you
it's just
also
like that has
have
to be
the
good. It
like
can't just be that, like,
extra
just doing extra
damage
supports that you
from
get from really will do that.
the
Or-
unique
or like
gloves.
a common unique, you know. And
That's
then
also
it.
scales of
right? So, but it can be,
attribute.
but if you get temporalis, you know, it's like, well, now, you know, like now you've
Now
got
you're
you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that, you know, there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem. That
I mean, if you get temporalis and you get a good
so
enough
originally I was gonna
roll
come in
on
and, like, ask about all
the
specific things, but we can just
cooldown
assume that, like,
reduction.
it's going to be chaos. So
Yeah.
I like the idea instead of focusing
It's
on
just
kind of
like
your
you beat the
core,
game.
What are you aiming for? What are your goals?
Because you
What
can
are your,
just do
what
a
are your
cast on
metrics?
dodge, and then
A number of like
and then you just do
damage
blink.
/ how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That's that
You
you're
just
aiming
spam
for,
blink.
and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like,
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, you know, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times,
you know, is
fine.
also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like, you know, that's your range of like potentially acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean,
things
with
going on. But
my
if you're doing
lightning ward
above,
build,
that,
I think
then
I
you're in,
did
like, you're
have
probably
like
gonna nerf your
50k
territory, at
DPS.
some point. So that's kind
But
of like
then
now,
you
it's
use
worth mentioning that,
the
like, we've lowered like the life of
lightning
bosses to get
conduits
that
with
to
the
be right
buffed
and sort of things. Like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle
shock,
boss was just way too much.
and then I just did
So,
8
that has
million
been,
in one
that's
hit.
been sorted out. Like it's things like that that actually sort of
So
get things in the right place here. So
maybe
that's a
my
sort of
DPS is
expectation.
like a little more.
Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing
Yeah.
many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing.
Yeah,
that
I
kind of,
mean,
like,
that's
has some
fair.
way
That's
of
fair.
dealing with it that's,
And like things that are
that's
just
like-
straight
that's,
up
like, that's
bugged,
actually
like
affected
the
by this.
heralds were.
And
That's
I'm struggling to
absolutely
think of an
fair.
example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like.
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not gonna reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit. From it. Like that comes from the compounding, like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect. Right,
Yeah.
so it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards. That are using all those extreme
know what you're
factors,
talking about.
you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of
reassuring
doing
that
it,
there was
actually.
kind of like a math here. Like ultimately, you're saying
Because if you
bosses have
reduce
X amount of hit
the
points, it has
the
500 hit
base
points, and so we expect
number
around 50.
that everything else is
So
gonna
that's a clear
scale
number,
with,
like, we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times
then
faster
you're
than we
like,
expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
you're
Exactly.
reducing
10
the
times is fine, right?
scaling
But
in
the
of
problem
itself,
with
so it
the more
doesn't go
DPS you have, it
completely
is now I
broken.
have
But at the
to
same time, the
dodge
scaling is
less,
still
yeah, I
I
there,
need more crowd
and it's still
control,
like
snowball.
good.
you know, it is. It really is. So you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and yeah.
Because if
it-
they
you get
were
to
to
this
like
weird thing
nerf
where
something
now it's
like
just
the shock in of
okay, well,
itself,
I think you after a while.
I think that would be a really bad
pinnacle
nerf.
boss fight that lasted more than
Yes.
2 seconds.
because then you
That was
just
really
you
sad.
would make
Probably
shock
the saddest thing about the early access
bad
launch to
and
me was seeing
unusable.
the first pinnacle boss fight and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave
was
it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things.
First time I did Arbiter,
that's sad.
like I said, pretty much one-shotted him with Lightning Conduit. I did not
I hope
really
that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful
need to
thinking.
worry about
As
mechanics.
I said,
Yeah, yeah.
10,000 things before. There's still going to be.
There's still going to be
many
more, and it
thousand.
will happen every time.
It's-
Oh yeah, we'll find a way.
Look, this again by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have.
I believe that.
So
They have done a
much stuff, and getting rid of
wonderful,
that whole, I feel
fantastic
like I have
job
to play
so
X.
far,
It is
I think.
very
100%.
demoralizing to players when
Like,
they play
there's
these things,
certain
and all of a
nerfs
sudden
that,
something
you
comes out, and
know,
you're like, oh,
And so
if you have that kind of build based on it, it feels like, damn it, I can't use that build anymore. But at the same time, I think the nerfs they have done have been good ones.
Where it's like the comments of any build.
The only one I think was
another Archmage build.
it wasn't a bad nerf, but what was bad about it was how
you go look at like what are all
like how
crossbow people
much they
playing?
nerfed,
Crossbows is
and
actually
that's
the
the
least used
cast
weapon type.
on
So you
skills.
specifically start there and you're like,
They definitely needed
okay,
to be
well, here's much
nerfed
people
when they
using
were
these
nerfed,
skills.
but
Hand of wisdom
I think they
action, hand
did
of
it too
wisdom action, hand of wisdom
heavy-handedly.
action. Okay, well, never mind. The crossbow's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, even without stat stacking, still better.
Yeah,
than
It's
and
like
it's
the
like,
only one
okay,
still
well,
viable
you know,
is
obviously take some away
cast
from
on
there, and then
freeze.
it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with
And
probably
maybe
crossbows are bad,
if you have
so
Temporalis
what do you
with
have to
cast
do?
on
And it's like,
dodge.
you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change.
But
is like, instead of using one-handed,
It's like I guess you have
one-handed
the
damage
cast
mod
on
for added
minion
damage,
death
they
as
use
well.
two-handed
That's like the
base
new
damage.
cast on
And
freeze.
then all
But
the skills now have a
Cast on
higher
shock
growth
and
per
cast on
level
ignite are
because they
completely
scale with
worthless,
external factors
useless.
Like, attack speed
Like
less
there's
because
no
they have the
reason to
reload
use
time.
those
So
things because
they
it's
will be
just so
getting more
bad.
damage per level, whereas before most skills were very consistently growing per level. So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level, regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because
Yeah.
it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to Spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, Spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Everything
So-
just had the same damage growth.
But they will
Yes,
now,
we
I
end up
guess.
with exactly the same. So now
I think
every single skill
that's
we've been
good.
looking, we're
I
looking at
I'll
it
be
going,
honest, I
you can- you're
hated
gonna scale more,
Spark
you're gonna scale
Spark
less, you're gonna
builds.
scale more. On the damage
Like they
axis
looked
because they have other
so
things that scale.
not
And
fun to
this just
play
means that, like,
and
when you're
just
asking,
like
well, what
I don't
skills
know.
have changed? Well, the answer is
That's
literally all
why
of them. Like,
I
no
could have done a
skill-
Spark build,
no
but I
skill will
just
have
I
the same
didn't want to
damage
do it.
before.
It looked
It's like a
so
complete,
boring.
You know, a complete rebalance.
So I did like
And
lightning warp instead
expectation-wise,
because that
it
was
means
at
that
least
any skill
fun
that
and
didn't have a lot
still
of things
really
to do for
strong.
it, we'll get more damage. that's
Yeah,
what it
that should
does.
be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah. So crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs was Warrior as well.
Wait, what?
We'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
I feel like crossbow was
It's
already
so hard to
really
even,
strong.
like,
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like.
Like there's like
class is
a
better,
Yeah.
because it's just,
Grenadier
it's
build
easy
kind
for
of.
mercenary skills
that
or
is
for
just
crossbow
super
skills, because
strong.
I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
Well,
it's
that's
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warrior.
say.
Is like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did.
yeah,
in the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
Hmm.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to, like, you know, Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like, where's just my like good thing, you know? So like, you got like a good
Yeah.
you know.
I mean,
you
that
get
is
less-
true,
less niche, more
But at the
something.
same
And then
time, there
we've
is
just
a
done that on every
build you
single
can
class.
do with
We've
Chronomancer
upped a lot
if
of
you
the
have
taken out bad things and we've
if you go
downloaded
all in on
really
like
powerful
aura
things that were at the
stuff.
top, so-
This is why we've got
That
the more conventional
just
patch
you
notes,
basically
like,
do a
couple
time
days
stop.
beforehand, maybe.
Yeah,
like
look,
in
it's-
your
it's-
presence.
Absolutely. It's,
Like, if they
it's-
were
You
ready, you would
go
have to-
Dio
because we-
Zawardo
Right?
constantly.
And giving someone half
And
the balance
the
changes doesn't make
creatures
allow
around
them
you
to even
just
make
they
educated
can't
decisions
move
of
or
what
do
does
anything.
you
so it's
or
just
them.
completely pointless at that
So
point.
we'd rather give you everything all at once.
But that is
instead of
very-
just some like here's you know.
difficult high-end build to get,
you have the patch
and you
notes,
need to
like,
get
don't even
perfect
be
rolls
mistaken
on
illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the
on
best builds
jewels
are from
and
that.
stuff like that.
Like this, because it's such a big difference.
It's
so
hard
many
to take
changes,
things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just two things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
we'll try though. We'll try.
Yeah, sure. Give it a shot. Give it do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again. And again, every single patch after every major patch after this, you know, you're going to have less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like you know, it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway on your you know second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character. So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people
I leveled I think I leveled almost
tips to learn from there.
every class. I think Monk and Warrior were the one classes I didn't level. And all the other classes I leveled one for each ascendancy.
Versus energy shields. Are you happy with?
Because I wanted to just try them out.
Or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shields certainly. I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast, and like mana stacking being a little bit out of control, have been. Been too strong.
It is broken
for sure. Expect some
especially if you do play sorceress that can just like
armor,
take so much benefit from mana stacking with the
kind of things, right? Where it's like dexterity.
What's it called?
You know, where it's like
that effect that gives you extra mana regen and cast speed based on your
and just be like, all right,
max mana.
Let's pretend it didn't exist, and we were coming up with the game from scratch, and you know, we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like, it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because, you know, it's. I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it.
I definitely think
it's
it's a good idea to go back to the basics for strength and like or like the warrior.
Well, 100%.
This is the time to do it.
Because he just the warrior did not feel. I mean, at least to me, it didn't feel very fun to play. It felt super clunky, felt very weak, except like very specific builds.
That being said, you know, as we,
but that's like
things more like the shield
broken
block
bug
better,
builds, kind of.
Buff the ascendancies or
bug dab builds.
Nerf them, and you know, on the other defensive arcs.
And a lot of time you didn't even play
things like armor will become better, but
warrior for those. You did like blood mage, and then you did like a bleed fire build with the hammer of God and stuff like that.
So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, you know, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and you know, just back up to full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd like, you know, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really. Okay. Like, it's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, you know, we've really made sure to just, it's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done.
What
Because
exactly
again, this is
do they
probably
mean?
a thing
Like,
we're gonna have to look at next time because there are so
is it
many
like
changes
life
that it is hard
regen,
to
that
even,
kind of,
like,
or life recovery?
understand
Is
how
it
this
that
is
kind
gonna
of stuff?
fit into
Once
all
the
of that
dust
now.
clears, you might be able to see how.
Because if that's the
100%,
case, I
like,
hope they don't
we're at
nerf
the
it
point
too
where we
much,
do
because
need a
that's
little
the
bit of,
only
like,
thing that
alright, we need
makes
another round of
demon
testing for
form
this.
viable.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I'm going to stress it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item itemization, right? Like for sure it should be possible. It just shouldn't.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though, because like once again, it's not. I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like if you're
I do agree with that.
The first time you fight a boss, you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like if you look at some of the
that's not
Hunter
fun
stuff we've got there, like it's incredibly fast paced when it comes to like dashing
I
around.
understand having
You
like
still have
super
to engage
strong
with things, and
builds
that's the
and
key
that
element for
being
us.
fun to a
So,
degree,
you know, like
but
obviously players
if you
want
don't
to
even
get
have to
particularly
like
powerful,
play
you
the
still want to let
game,
them get
like
with it if it's
certain
powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, you know, like after a certain
minion
point, and,
builds,
like, after you,
then what's the
like,
point,
once you
really?
have finished your character,
And
once
same
you've
with
sort of
like
done
the spark
everything, then
build.
yeah,
You're
you
just
should be
holding
just
one
like,
button
you know, like
and
crazy and like beyond the
you
point
walk
of being
around.
for all reasons.
It's a walking
It's just
simulator
that
at that point.
you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. It's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game. But like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next, like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end. Because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, you know, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game.
I think
But then later
the first time you meet a pinnacle boss, it should be
if we're doing our job correctly,
a proper
it's like
fight,
you reach a
but
point of
still
feeling
like
you're
if
a
you're
god,
skilled enough,
and then you're
very,
like, oh,
very
shit, there's new
possible.
god-like shit above me that then makes me have to
And after that,
exactly, right? So like, you have to keep on. You have to
I
keep
feel
on that,
like
and it's actually really hard to take you.
it should
back from feeling like,
exponentially
I'm all powerful back
be
down
possible
to like,
for you
I'm
to
feeling, you know,
just
and so you have to kind of
keep
get
getting
that in
going
there.
god
You want that
mode,
Dragon
like
Ball
or
anime
getting
arc.
closer
Yeah,
to
for
god
sure,
mode.
right?
You know, there's always
You know?
a new level of Super
Yeah,
Saiyan
exactly,
after the previous one.
exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do, and so yeah, it's just smoothly taking up that power level curve. You know, all
That
the way
is
to the end.
a
Yeah, so I
really
think, like,
difficult
when it
thing
comes
to
down
balance,
things like
though.
movement speed
I
when clearing,
do
it's
not
about,
envy
like,
the
if
job they have
you're
with that.
able to just ignore everything because you're moving.
Yeah,
so
That
fast.
exactly.
sounds
If you're able to ignore everything,
quite
then,
difficult.
Then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like
Especially
not a thing.
since
so long as there are still things that
there's
are
so much
challenging you,
more
as long
things
as
to
you reach the next
introduce to
tier
the
and, like,
game.
everything's harder again. Then you
With
I feel like a
items,
difficult-
ascendancies,
like a point of
classes,
difficulty here between
abilities,
the communication of
support
this with you
gems.
guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not
Ooh.
really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're
Yeah,
just
no,
you're just trying to
absolutely.
answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2. It's
Exactly,
just
right?
about-
It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
And there's a
I would say
sort of
though, I think the
spectrum of
combat is super
stuff there,
fun.
but I would say that
Like
want
unless
to be able
you
to engage with the
intentionally
boss, you want
do
to be able to fight its
like a
mechanics and use it
bugged
to do
out
its
broken
skills, and
build.
you want to feel like you can overcome
Like
those
just
over time
having
and get
like a
better, and you want to
generally
engage with monsters,
strong
and you want-
build
And yeah, there's
is
probably some
super
people who are
fun
like,
to
no,
play.
I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
Well, so that's an
like-
interesting point. Is this let's
Doing
let's
a
say
nuke
the
button.
quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something, or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once,
where they're at
once you're at
normally,
once
or-
you're at your tier of godhood,
Yeah,
for
but, no,
that.
but I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but you know, I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging.
I guess when I do
so you're saying this, like,
try certain builds, I guess I also do try to minimize
I'm just saying that
the amount of skills I need to use as much as possible, and really try to rely on the passive skills or spirit skills.
You pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, you know, second
I love how
like if you manage to bring it down to just a single button press and then it nukes everything, I feel like that's
become a thing forever. But it's up.
I think that should be possible for end game, like end game.
It was a philosophy set for it.
But I also don't think it's super.
Like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty.
Fun if you get that.
Like now you have to do this. Yeah, that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, you know, like once you get to a certain point, it's like, you know, obviously you're going to want to, you know, the music, you've heard it lots of times, you know, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have, you know, to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
exactly.
Do harder maps, do easier maps.
But I mean, but look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true.
And so that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that, like, you know, you can't go too far with difficulty without, you know, without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
This might be a bad take, but I wonder if.
Like all that map
designing it in a way where
exactly right.
Specific high-end skills that are just like really strong skills,
some kind of random tail questions here.
Are like they're not available until you've beaten a pinnacle boss. Because that way, because basically it doesn't matter almost what type of gear you have. Sometimes it's like certain combination with the skill tree and skills in general, and if you just get to a high enough level where you unlock all of that, you become broken through those builds.
Yeah, like the size of an area is completely right. Like imagine there were no
maybe the skills themselves, certain skills can be locked behind finishing a pinnacle boss, and then you get like a like unique skill gem that lets you choose between these super strong.
So to me,
one thing we do need to
interesting skills, maybe I don't know.
Some areas is just making sure that if it is a large area. It's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive. Like
exactly.
Yeah, where you've got like almost different biomes.
There are some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But yeah, it's completely true. Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
There's also like there are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well to between checkpoints and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as well and see how they feel about it again.
Worth mentioning through campaign we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign. Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have last time.
Soon.
Yeah.
The what?
I don't know if I'm a fan of the wisps. It's just an escort quest. That's
the ones
I don't know about that.
A little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great! So that could be after
release. It would certainly be shortly after.
But also like every time we do. Like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which the content spawns in different areas and just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things are going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe perhaps more
it's
issue.
It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we talked about that, like the
exact
boring
same.
empty map.
When the maps, when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map; it would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. Like we were looking at Step and being like, okay, well, what's actually like?
It's a big square.
Yeah, and there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, you know, like it's very random. So it's like, you know, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar? But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, you know, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like we need to make sure that maps feel that way too. When we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh gosh, yes. Going? Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because, so I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least, is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than, I think, 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. Like the crash happens in the
I did have a few crashes.
NVIDIA is just
but
like,
in general,
really much help,
you know,
like
fine.
So it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard.
So
and the thing that sucks
if you have a better
about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production
hard
and
drive,
alpha. And like the moment you, look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore. And yet for some people it happens all the time. And it's just like it's so horrible.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the what we've done. We actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
you tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we do is, what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve the crash. And it's like it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution, because like
that is
like it's just mysteriously
genius.
Driver, we have,
but
like,
also I feel like that could cause
it is just like so difficult.
So many other issues.
And, so that in 020, that's what will happen. So
while we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well, you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure. What about Vulkan? Does that matter?
Yes. Well, but no,
yeah.
Not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about whether or not that's less. But
changing to Vulkan, and also
I mean, yeah, like
I think turning off multi-threading sometimes kind of.
So all of this time, when people have been saying the
fixes
armchair
certain crashing issues,
why don't you just add a bit of code that says if
it's not consistent
equals false?
Yeah, well, you know, something like
it
that.
Works.
Basically do the engineering to allow us to just recreate the entire like GPU context, and then there you go, and then don't crash, and that is actually the solution we're now doing with. But
just don't crash. Just don't crash for it.
That's stupid.
I love that.
Full system
absolutely
freeze.
Genius.
Because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes,
how can you crash
nothing you can do
if we remove the crash?
Because like, you know, there's no like report. Crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened. That happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you know, you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it." And it's like nothing happens. You know, it's like Jesus Christ, guys. Like, you know, like it's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes,
is palpable.
It's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed.
Oh,
like,
that must
there was some
that must
spin-lock
suck.
Implementation that like
just
I don't
having an issue you so badly want to fix and you're working on it, but it's just like
and it's like there's no rational reason.
There's no way to pin down the problem.
There's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like, oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool, you know, like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible.
It's always Windows.
So yeah,
goddamn Windows updates ruin everything.
Basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like general stability,
other crash
apart
is
from that
fixed.
crash, is incredibly
like
good now.
99%
Yeah,
down,
like-
maybe probably
And it's like,
99.99%.
and it's like,
awesome.
the thing is,
That's really good,
we'll fix a
actually.
crash, and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least,
But that's
to
still
fix, right?
good.
Like,
Yeah, it's still nice that they
it's-
get that done.
It's so annoying.
Yeah.
But as I said, we have a workaround now
That's good.
that will basically recreate the graphics device if
So you might get a
if it crashes.
pause and then
You'll get a pause for
unpause.
3 seconds and then like roughly depending on
sounds like
hardware,
a
and then it will
good
continue and the game will pause at the
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously.
Yes, obviously we'll
No,
try and fix it,
that-
but at least it means you're not crashing.
Like it's a
You're still not
temporary
freezing anymore, that's
kind of
sorted out.
ingenious
And then,
fix,
we
but
found another one recently which was like
that
okay,
I
so
feel
this-
like in the long term is gonna cause
like so anyway, so
so
there's the
many
whole, like,
other
Intel,
issues.
CPU issue,
Because
like on 13th
usually a
generation
crash
Intel
happens
CPUs, where, like,
just
there's
to
some
kind of
kind voltage
protect
regulation problem that causes
the
CPUs to
computer.
break in a certain way. And
Everything's
if that happens,
computer.
then, like the thing that will break is that like the decompressor will like it'll decompress something and like one bit of it will be wrong. Like literally
Because
one bit in
for,
there,
exa-
and
for
then it
example,
fails
in
like a hash check, and
applications,
then
a
that
crash
causes
could
the
happen
crash.
if you would
So
have
the fix-
something like
you
an
know, it's
infinite
things
loop.
like that will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that,
And the
it's like, well,
reason
once
it
again, it's like-
crashes is because otherwise the
it's
loop
like, it
would
is our problem. We have to fix
continue
it because
and
it's
calculate
affecting real users,
infinitely,
but, like, the
which
solution,
would, kind of
stuff
break
like
the
that,
computer eventually.
yeah, it's
so
just so annoying
before
to
that
find,
happens, it crashes
you know,
and
so yeah,
turn
anyway.
the application off.
It sounds like
Yeah.
you've improved a lot of the
So-
unrelated crashes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you've come up with a good workaround. at
Coding
least.
in
hopefully,
that,
yeah.
like,
That sounds like a massive improvement. But I
Yeah.
also just think your
it
frustration
doesn't
is
crash
very validating for
could
people who've
be
been frustrated with
problematic.
this.
Exactly, but the thing.
But I
and the
guess
thing
what they're
that's the
doing is
most
that they're
annoying
kind
about
of
it is that,
allowing the
like,
crash
all
to
these,
happen,
the
but
engine
at the
teams who are
same
spending time fixing
time
this are then not
restarting
able
the
to spend
game
time working on
quickly.
performance issues, which,
Like,
is something
bop,
else that we
bop.
need to be obviously improving over
So
time.
maybe it's better
So,
than what I'm
there's been a
thinking.
few performance improvements,
But
like,
I
not
still
nearly
feel
the level
like
we would have had if we
hopefully
had
they
all,
find
seven
find
of
the
those
actual issue.
people,
Tied up with
like
this.
like working on performance improvements.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
I wonder what the
that's been
logs
the most
says
frustrating thing about it.
from
Crashes
people
Yeah,
who
100%,
have
but
this
it's like, yeah, when they're-
crash
when they're
over and
kind of-
We
over.
have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
Because I
Yeah,
feel
no,
like it
we
wouldn't
have-
be
we
enough
got
to have
some
the
very,
crash log of the
performance
game. I feel like you would
resolved.
kind of
There's
need
that ice one that
logs
was really bad,
Yeah.
and, there's things like that. So,
of
the
like
worst computers are
the
certainly
computer
fixed,
itself, like the
I have no doubt by the
Windows
time we get
logs and stuff like that.
Each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Great.
But and yeah, by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be like very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's like tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
the
yes,
launch.
yes.
I'm impressed. They've done
yeah,
such a good
the
job,
launch should go
honestly.
smoother as far as like,
And the transparency
very
has
good.
been
It
such
was-
a breath
It
of
still
fresh
was 5
air.
hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but like
yeah.
5 hours.
Like,
compared to
No.
just
This time-
like
this
this
time-
interview
this time- I know, look, I'm
and doing
I'm
stuff like
tempting- I'm
this is
tempting fate here,
so
but, like, we've made
awesome,
some
and I
significant
wish more
improvements to,
game
the
developers did
ability
that.
for the realm to handle stuff. So
Just
5
like
minutes this
have
time?
Well,
open communication
we'll
with
see, right? You never know what's going
your
to go wrong.
player
Sometimes
Sometimes
base.
get caught out by something random.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
so-
It should be much better
Good
this time.
luck. Good
Yeah.
luck with it.
Yeah.
I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'cause
Yeah,
that's
true.
always the
Oh, that'll
good
happen.
aim for.
Mhm.
We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy?
We're all
respec? Is that something
playtesters.
You've considered, especially with all the changes going on.
We're sort of not in love with it. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing, like, the journey of the character, like, it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it.
I
Is
think
it
that
just pay a
makes
little bit of gold
sense
and then you're done, or whatever?
in a
Like,
finished
I wanna
game.
find a way to do it if we're going
I
to
think
do it
that
in a way
is
that is, like,
absolutely
grounded.
right and
interesting,
And it's
true. When the
difficult to
game
do.
is
Well, not- I won't say
finished
difficult, but like requires some
and
actual work to do
you
it.
have all the
That would be
information,
the compromise I'd certainly be willing
then
to
the
explore,
choices
which I
should
have been
matter
thinking about
when
recently
you make
because I
your
know every
builds.
single time we
But the
come to an
problem here
expansion,
is that
it's gonna come up.
it's
So-
early
Trial
access
and
and things are
respect
constantly
or
changing.
something.
Yeah,
So,
there'll be something where your
If
character
you
has to
come in with an
undergo some
update
sort
that
of challenge
nerfs
or something
certain
to do it.
things or
I know you
completely
could argue, well, doing the
changes
trial is
certain
that, and
things
you're not
or
entirely
adding in new things,
a bit more.
then of course the builds are gonna get affected by this.
Decision, or at least a level of
And I definitely feel like you should, for each update that
for now,
makes that kind of changes, it should
do
come with like a
Is
free
dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and
reset
controller coming
of your
along?
skills.
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so like
Because it's early access. But in the finished game, then yes, the
It seems like it's gonna
choices
be hard
should
to
matter.
to loot juice maps
So
with
it
only
makes
one portal.
sense
Oh, no,
for a
this
finished
question
game,
is
but not in
already
early
been
access.
answered. Well, actually, no, because
No,
it's
To
still
me.
one portal.
No, this is a concern,
that's
and
true,
we have to
that's
do
true,
something
that's
about
true.
it.
We have to
Yes,
figure
we
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems
Good
around
point.
it
Yeah.
still, that other things to come up, like
Yep.
you know, you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually a good
portal,
point. Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this, because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So.
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it.
Yeah,
like
both yes and no.
Want to allow people to come and go as they
I mean,
please
I
until
think
they
the
die.
inventory
Which is
management and
potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't
not
say for
just
sure,
able to
but yeah,
pick up
100%,
every
that
single
person
item,
is right for
even
bringing
though
that
I
up, and,
dislike
it is on our
inventory
radar for
management.
this coming week to have
I
a
think it's
weekend
such
and
a
solution for it.
incremental part of the game
So with this new league
that it
not having a
should
specific,
matter
league
how
mechanic,
you do
is
it.
Still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
So I think it is an important
it's
part to have.
actually-
No,
with the
no,
portals.
there's no achievements or challenges.
It's
yet.
like,
I'm
This-
pretty
these
sure
is-
we weren't going to
do you
that.
choose
Yeah,
to
there's
go
not
back
really-
and use up
maybe
a portal
later in early
to get
access,
more
but for now,
loot?
not really.
Yeah.
We're
Or
just
do you
trying
want to save
keep
it
more
in
about the
case
game
you
and
were
the
to
mechanics
die?
and less about,
I think
the
that's an
achievements.
interesting
And the
choice to
achievements will
make.
certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for stash tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh, 100%.
Especially with more runes.
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab.
Oh,
Those
good.
two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
We
it.
Oh, yeah.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime,
It's-
like in a point release after, like
Yeah.
like within the 020.
As soon as the
bring it
patch is
back.
out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stable and we're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah,
of
that's
things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those like UX or quality of life
Yeah, yeah.
things that we blatantly missed out on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
For
that-
example,
That's good.
like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
That
that
is
we,
something
we
we are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it
Yeah,
yet.
cool.
I want to say it's
yeah.
like
Interesting.
80% implemented right now.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So we-
it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
Okay,
coming.
god
Thank you for
damn.
love it. Thanks for
Watching.
having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
That's it. Bum 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 bum. Interesting. That's quite a crazy update. There's gonna be a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of fun stuff. From what it appeared, though, there won't be any really new content in the form of when you level, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I missed that part because I arrived a little late to the stream. But yeah, I do wonder if the leveling is gonna be like exactly the same, but now you have the new classes and ascendancies. And in the end game, it seemed like there were like some new bosses and new maps and stuff like that. So I guess the end game is the real change. But Yeah, interesting, interesting. All right, I'm getting a little bit tired, but I did want to play the first Berserker KHAZAN today. So I will play for as long as I have the energy. So let's just switch that. So we'll get into it right now, right away. Let me go to the gaming, and then I had to start up the game. Sephiroth. And I need to do some adjustments and stuff like that. Probably with the audio and all that, and then add into game launching. Wait, what's this? Running install script Unreal 4 prerequisites. Oh, god damn it. What the? There's a hidden like update installing thing I need to do before launching the game. God damn it. How long is this gonna take? Maybe I'll play tomorrow then. I'll wait 5 minutes max. Sephiroth. Ratatata. What is happening? Okay, it did update, but and it says the game is running, but there's no application up. Oh, wait, something's starting. Sephiroth. Radadada. This game looked really cool. I'm actually really excited about playing it. We used to have Code Vein to have an anime Dark Souls. This time it seems like we have an anime Dark Souls / Devil May Cry, maybe? I'm not sure exactly, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Let me make myself a little bigger. Bigger, better. Why can't I see the application? Let's go. Steam. Yeah, I don't see the application in OBS. And the game doesn't seem to be loading properly. What the hell is going on here? Classic tech issues. VTuber moment. Scuff coming in. Yep. Okay, okay. All right. Can I find it? Nope. What is happening? Should I maybe... I'll stop. And I'll restart it. Let's see. It did not seem like it started correctly. Ba 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 ba. There we go. Compiling shaders. Oh my god. If I had known I would have done this before stream. But at least maybe now I can find it in nobody else. Maybe. No. Why not? Why? Why not? Why not? Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Why can't I find the... Alright, I will wait for the shaders to compile and maybe it will work. You know what? Let's... If. How about now? Set me free, trust me, and we will escape from the city. Why can't I find the gosh darn application? Do I need to do like window capture? Are they really doing that to me? Exposing me like that? Okay. So that seems to work. But then the question is... Because I still need the game audio. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I find Steam, but I don't find the... Okay, the game is... It is not recommended to download the game to this drive. Okay. That sounds like a you problem. Holy shit, it's loud. Okay, good thing I didn't apply the audio yet. For everyone else. Recommended. Yeah, oh, but I want the sound for the stream. Please, why are you doing this? I can't. This is so bullshit. This is so ass. What if I do... What about this? Nope. Oh, I found it.
Torn.
It's so loud. I'll lower it for the stream.
This is how a hero ends up. You really think he's a traitor? Shh. Quiet with that kind of talk.
Actually, maybe I can go back to the... I'll do a little... Quick switcheroo. Ah. Alright. Oh shit, it's the wrong window size then. Jesus. So loud.
At last, a physical form.
I'll fix the scaling later. I really need to pay attention to the cinematic that I'm missing because of tech scuff. Oh shit, that's me! The first berserker. So, at last. Okay, I need to... Jesus. What? Like, I don't understand. I don't fucking get it. Why every game under the goddamn blue sky of the earth feel the need to have the sound in every goddamn default setting be ear-blastingly obnoxious. Like, are you kidding me? So let's... guess we can do maybe like that. Wait, I just need to readjust the game audio. It should be... actually... Ding, 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 ding. Finger, but hole. Oh, it's a crow. Are you Hugin or Moonin? Fun fact about berserkers, as this appeared to be a Scandinavian berserker. Berserker weren't actually in history like these frenzied, bloodlusted maniacs who ignored pain and rushed in crazily in battle. A berserker in the Viking history was actually a champion. It was like the strongest of their tribe or army or whatever. So the champion, the strongest warrior, would have the title of a berserker.
What happened?
Oh.
Your body
Guys, I'm hearing the voices again. I forgot to take my meds.
You hear us. Join us.
Okay, I'm very susceptible to peer pressure. I'll join you. I don't want to be left out. Oh.
No. Stop.
Stop it. You're so mean. So I'm like, what's his name? From Jujutsu Kaisen. Actually, I'm every anime protagonist ever, and I have a demon inside me. And we will later become friends and fist bump each other and fight together for friends. I am the first berserker. It's berserking time. Yeah. Ooh, that's bad. He's got that smoker's lung.
Stop. You really want to die.
No.
Then embrace the energy of the blade if you want to live.
It's Soul Edge. Whoa, it actually kinda is Soul Edge. What the fuck? I was joking.
Your body is fully healed.
You know what? I usually play Nightmare in Soul Calibur.
Claim you now.
I'm okay with this.
Do you feel it? The energy of the netherworld. That is what flows through you.
Feel so powerful.
Join with us.
Yo, that's sick. He's dual wielding two-handed weapons, an axe and a sword. What an absolute badass. Give me Soul Edge. Upgrade my stats. I must gain more power. So, okay, definitely Dark Souls-esque. Thank fucking God, I love these games. I will never tire of them. Agility, A. Nice, I already got A scaling. I'm already A class. I just now must become S class like Sung Jinwoo. I need to level up solo. So, what's my motivation exactly? Dude, the sound design already sounds crisp as fuck. Oh, I can't wait to hear the sound when you hit an enemy. Pressing the lock on bar. Oh, yeah, okay, well, I know the standard moveset. Wait. Time your guard perfectly during an answer attack to execute the brink guard. Okay, so like parry, basically. It's a small amount of stamina to block the attack and reduces the enemy's stamina or fortitude. Okay, so we might have some executions. I am not the berserker you're looking for. Ooh, that's crisp. Okay. Let's practice the... Nice. Oh, wasn't ready for the extra attack. Shit. Wanna practice the parry. Okay. Use netherworld energy to recover health. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay. So you don't really have a finisher. It's more like if you break his what's it called? If you break his like stagger gauge or whatever, he gets stunned and you can just wail at him. Okay, that's cool. That's kind of nice. Then you'll probably do like you could do like a charge attack safely.
Here he is.
Here I am. Get dunked on, kid. Don't underestimate my power. I feel like I shouldn't learn dodge sooner. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Fuck, I'm fucking up. I'm panicking. God damn it. I'm not used to his being able to do the fucking quick attack right after the heavy attack. It's stressing me out. Can I? Okay. I don't know if I can perfect guard that, but I guess I'll just wail at him. Acquire. Fire enhancer. I need that because I am not on fire right now. Walk. Thank you. Undetected perform a brutal attack. These. Oh, okay, so you do have kind of like an execute. I just didn't learn about it yet. Right. Where's the? Oh, there he is. Okay. Sneak. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. Wabbit down. Break fall. Press the attack button. Oh, okay, jump attack. Wait, can I? Okay, I can't jump normally. But falling off, I can do a jump attack. Nice. Look at my arms. I got a goddamn gun show here. Oh. Is that an eye on the sky? Oh. This it really is Dark Souls. Got the freaking dark sign in the sky. Oh, shield boy, huh? Shield boy. Yeah, charge attack. Okay, let me. Okay, I gotta get better at that. I haven't gotten in the timings yet. Okay. Ah! Feel my power, Green Lantern's light. Okay. Mana Lantern. Use Netherworld energy. Change hotkey items. Use hotkey items. So what does Mana Lantern do? Illuminate surroundings. Okay. Temporarily grants fire attribute to a weapon. Escort order. Let's do equip that. Actually, did I gear? Imperial soldiers dual wield. Oh, so am I gonna be able to get different kinds of weapon, not just sword and axe? Because that will be kinda sick. Okay. Wait, do I have a... No, that's all I have. Why is it... Okay.
A lacrima, a tear, a soul. Accept it. It will give us strength.
Alright, Venom. I don't need your 19 inches. Get away from me.
Now you too will hear the memories of the dead.
Oh, great. Just what I wanted. More voices in my head. Hey, is there like a blue pill I can take anywhere? The red pill scares me. Oh. A little bit of loading. Interact. Like armor can be used to upgrade stats at the blade nexus. Ooh. Oh, it's a bonfire. I see. Bonfire. Upgrades available. Oh, that is... Holy shit. Can frickin' Elden Ring and future... any future From Software Dark Souls game implement how many levels you have available on top. That is such a... Like, it's such a small thing, but it's such a quality of life just to know. Like, okay, how many levels do I have? That way you know kind of how many things you need. I mean, the safest thing to do is level vitality. That's usually what you do in these games to start off. Because I'm not sure what kind of build I would like to make. I mean, I guess you don't really have much of a choice. You have strength and willpower. I guess maybe proficiency could do something. Stamina damage increase, dodge stamina, costing decrease. Affects attack damage, everything attacks attack damage, okay. That's stamina, that's health, weight. Recede stamina damage decrease, okay. So proficiency seems really good if you want to do guard break or staggering stuff. None of these stats seem bad or specific. I'll start with HP and we'll see. Maybe there's certain weapons that have or gear that have certain requirements. So starting with HP is always good. If you don't know what build to do. Oh. Oh shit, I thought I could. Fuck you. I'll fucking stand through that. I didn't even flinch. Give me more. Come here, choir boy. Oh, damn. I could do like a... Okay, I took the arrow. Shit. I should have done the fucking break thing. There we go. Okay, okay. I used your arrows to kill your friend. How do you feel? Get fucked. Oh, what's this? Unlimited power. Ooh, ah, ee, ooh. Never-ending torment. E, ooh, ah, uh-oh. Okay, we got an elite boy. Elite boy. Oh. Okay, never mind. You can't aim. Shit. Okay. You know what? Let's light things on fire. Taking damage until stamina is full depleted inflicts exhaustion. Uh-oh. Well, I'm fucked. I've been so focused on parrying that I forgot I have a dodge. Oh, wait. Taste my balls. Ooh. Gear. Gladiator pauldron. I want to... Oh, it is equipped. Good. Better gloves. Same weapon. Pathetic. Okay, my life is going downhill right now. Ooh, treasure. Ooh, gear. Speaking of better weapons. Okay, but it seems like you're stuck with one type of weapon set in gameplay, I guess. But you will just get better ones. What? Why is he still alive? I'm a berserker, goddammit. Oh, wait. Is there a playthrough? Could you do like a pacifist playthrough? Is killing them bad? Will I get the bad ending? Oh, never mind. These are just injured people. I thought they would... Okay. I misunderstood. Well, then it's okay. Give me your essence. Man, I was tired, but as soon as I got to play this game, I got some energy back. Let me tell you what. I love Souls-like games. Imagine it's late at night, like going home from work or something, and then you see this coming at you. Ooh, the Dark Crystal. Great series. Can I climb? I cannot. Damn it. Dark Souls rules. Oh. Need to be a little careful because I do have low HP. Sneak. Sneak. Fuck. Piss off. Oh, I can get the item here, right? Yeah. Alright. Or item. Crystal. You destroyed a mysterious energy emitting ore. I'm sure that won't give me freaking magic cancer. No way to get more life except resting. Oh, it's fine. He's a noob. He's gonna spacing. Spacing dies. Okay. I did not think I would die this early. I actually suck. But it's just because I wanted to like learn the parry mechanic, because I feel like it could be so useful and strong. And it's fun to play. But let's do a little more dodging, I guess. Hey, baby, come here. Come here, baby boy. I can't believe you hit me. I was in the middle of a takedown. You will pay for that. Oh, it's the big boy again. I don't have the fire anymore. Alright, it's fine. How do you like that, big boy? I need to get better at my stamina. Oh, I missed. Woo! Dodge. Alright. Get shit on. Oh, never mind. He didn't die. Ah! See, that is why you don't prematurely celebrate. Or prematurely anything, really. God damn it. I am terrible. God damn it. That was bad. That was unnecessary damage to take. Ooh, boots. Triple increases stamina, restore 300 else. Oh, okay, I could have used that. Oh. Damn it, just my luck. They put me on a KHAZAN's transport detail. Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay, well. And I like that. Oh my god, it stays in the air. Can you feel the love tonight? Bitch. Damn. Okay, see? Learning the parry mechanic isn't too shabby. Oh. Okay. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Alright, okay. I'm getting the hang of it a little bit. So I think you do like light attacks normally. And then once you get like the special parry where you get a free heavy attack like really fast in, that's when you use the heavy. And then if you manage to stun them, you of course do the mega attack. Yeah. Oh, can I sneak? Okay, that's horse shit. How do I look? I got a gladiator helmet. It's pretty nice. Fire spray. Oh, that's the so I get fire on my weapons. That's nice. I think I'll save that for. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Can I destroy anything? Oh, barrels. My enemy. Been exploded by multiple barrels from Monster Hunter and Dark Souls. Alright. Maybe I should explore a little more. I don't know. I don't know if I missed anything. I have 1 level. I get 1 plus damage, 50 health. Okay, stamina seems very important because getting like stunned yourself seems awful. Strength, I get 2 damage. Willpower, I get 3 damage. All right. Guard stamina damage decrease is good as well. I feel like willpower feels kind of the best. Get the most damage, get some health, stamina recovery, less like guard stamina damage. I feel like I should do a little willpower. I got power. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Which way? Hee ha hoo ha. Oh. Oh, this is where I came from. 3 XP. A loser. All right. Oh. Okay. That's freaky deaky. Hopefully everything is fine, and that was just a mountain falling down and the wind roaring. Nothing to do with a giant monster dragon or... Oh. That is such fucking bullshit. You cannot introduce shit. Like, I know Dark Souls do it to a certain degree, but that is just fucked up. You can't... There has to be some way of knowing that it's a trap. You can't just have the ground... Fuck you, difficulty. I'm playing normal. I don't need fucking easy mode. Shut your goddamn poor mouth. Pissing me off. I didn't lose because of skill. The floor just fell out from under me. Oh, actually, can I get my stuff back? Thank you. It's a monkey. Oh, that's another monkey. Ow! Fuck you, monkey. He's a monkey. Right. Okay, well now I can see clearly that is gonna fall. Hey monkey. Come at me, bro. What? Why could he walk on it? That's bullshit. Okay, okay, I need to... I don't know why I'm trying to... Oh my god, shut the fuck. That is so... What is happening? Why am I having such a hard time with this? I've played so many Souls games. It's like their attack patterns are so irregular and annoying. And I don't know why I was trying to trick them to go over the ice again after it failed the first time. Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, it's still kind of broken. Yeah, suck it. Alright. Alright. Off with the kitty gloves. Oh, that's... Actually, that's probably the way I need to go. Let me explore a little first. Is there anything up here? Oh, horse shit. What's the fucking... What's the range of this monkey? He's just flying through the air. He's fucking Sun Wukong over here. Okay, for a second I thought it was gonna fall. Alright. These monkeys are gonna be the death of me. They already have been. Heaven, I stay. Ooh. Yeah, that should definitely be. I guess. Damn it. I need to study one-liners. I feel like that's perfect for this game. Especially with his like dark voice and everything. Next time I play this, I will have studied the one-liners. Ooh, crystal. Oh, actually, I kind of wanna. Nope. That's worse. Okay, that seems decent. Okay. Son of a... Okay, the button layout and design is pissing me off, because in every single Souls-like games you go through your items by pressing up and down or side to side, and in this game you use it. God damn it. I wanted to fucking use this, then use this. Come here, you little shit. Oh. Charge up. Oh, God damn it, I had a special move, but I fucked up. Okay, I should have. God damn it, I'm fucking up. I should not be losing this. It's actually kind of easy. I'm just really bad right now. Okay, that. I guess he was like an elite, or maybe like even like a mini boss, but it was quite easy. I just, god damn it, man. Sometimes I have such a hard time with the timing of things. Yetis! You're such a tease! Oh. I guess he liked me so much. Ah! Damn it! Piece of shit! I was gonna do a one-liner and he comes out of nowhere and stabs me from behind. That is... God fucking damn it. You can't have anything in this world, can you? It's all misery. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. That's the wrong way. Oh, woe is me. I had a one-liner and everything. Get away from me, monkeys. No. Like, what is that? He's like lock on. What is happening? He's like, how can you can't even like dodge shit. He's just lock on targets. Home seeking missile. You're kidding me. You're actually fucking... What is happening? I can't even do anything. I get staggered over every single little shit. Can't I tank through anything? I'm a berserker, goddammit. Calm down. Calm down. This time, don't run. This is not Dark Souls. You can't run past everything. Just actually play the game. Okay. Got a monkey over here. Fuck him up. Now we have a monkey over here. See, they're easy. I just gotta deal with them right away. Not let them get the upper hand. Oh. Did he actually? Yeah. Double tap. Oh boy, this guy again. Alright, let me get a little stamina going. Yeah, like that. I did it badly. Okay. Okay. So yeah, he is actually easy. It's just that, you know, takes a little bit for me to get the timings of things right. Oh, you monkeys. You're my nemesis. Nemesis. No. Oh, come on. Like they have home-seeking bullshit attacks. Come on, man. All right, there we go. Actually, let me heal. Oh. Oh no. Is my game crashing? Okay, never mind. Oh, that was scary. Interact. Got a one level because I fucked up. Probably lost so many things because of those goddamn monkeys. Oh, there's another big one. Wait, this is the path I went before though. I faced some soldiers. Oh. You. Oh. Okay. Come here, Cupid. Let me give you some fucking love. All right. no thank you. You can die for all I care. Cool guys don't wear a shirt when it's cold. They go bare-chested in the snow. Oh, okay. What's in here? That's a lot of blood. Oh wait, that's where he came from actually. So there's probably like a real baddie in there. I mean, oh. Nice, fight each other. Weaken each other. And I shall take the glory. Yeah, stab him. I'll take the arrow guy in the meantime. Let me help you out, guys. Let's team up against them. And nice work. Oh. Nice work, Wilbur. I'll take it from here. Wilbur liked me so much, he fell for me. See, it doesn't have the same effect as the first time I was trying to say it, but I got absolutely wrecked. Oh, almost fell down. Shortcuts. Oh. That's a new nice way of doing shortcuts. Keeping it fresh. Oh, actually, I wanted to go check the cave. Let's, well, I don't want things to respawn, though. Here's one of these. To give me some sloppy toppy health. Top off that health. Here. Alright. Let's see what we got in here. Oh. Oh, it's a bear. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to bear this one. Right in the face. I blocked the first two as well, but sometimes it's bullshit. Oh shit. First two fail. Oh my god. Oh shit. He's biting me. Get off. Get off. Oh my god. Whoop. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is bad. This is real bad. I fucked up. Shit. I can't get the timings, man. Don't you look at me like that. Ugh. Ew. Give us a kiss. Man, this ain't Baldur's Gate 3, okay? I don't want to get fucked by the bear. To be fair, I wouldn't want that anyway. Oh. God. Holy shit, I'm bad with timings. Ow! Yoink. Okay. Help me! I love help me, and then he sees me and he's like, now I'm gonna kill you. Let's... Do I have anything? I do have that one. Alright. I like that I have to use that now, but I don't think I have choice. Okay, can I... Oh, slowly. Please don't smell me. Nice. Skadoosh. Skadoosh. Okay, can I... Jesus, I don't know why I can't get that timing down. Alright, there we go. Nice. Alright, alright. Second time around went a little better. Feel kind of proud about that one. That was pretty decent fighting. Ooh. New weapons. I do like it so. An amulet. Max stamina. Hell yeah. Let's go. Give me that shit. That was worth it. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Took a little tumble off the cliff. Hey guys, he's right behind you, isn't he? Hey guys, you need to take a look at this. Hey yo, my damage is good. Oh, I saved your ass. You were getting like fucked up. Coming into my neighborhood, trying to hit me with your sword. I'm not having any of that. Alright. So, yeah. We can do a little resty rest. Two levels, you say? I feel like... Why would I want anything yet? I guess weight could be good and max stamina. Yeah. Is there a reason why I would ever go... Oh, receive damage decrease. And stamina damage increase. So every stat is just good. There's like no real reason to go all into one, maybe. I don't know. I'll do 2 endurance. I feel like that. I'm having some stamina issues. Oh, soldiers, I'm over here. Hey, yo, look at me. Superior landing. Terrible on the knees. Yoink. We have a Yeti. I am a berserker, you foul creature. You will bow down before me. Alright, first boss. Okay. Oh. Okay. Trying to get the tie. Oh, that. God damn it. I hate so much when there's like moves that just they wait. I can't speak right now. I'm focused on fight. Ah, you. Okay. Shit. Ah, fuck. Damn it. I hate when they make moves that kind of like charge up and they wait and you can't, like they screw you up with the timing of it. And then they can change like when they attack based on like input reading. I don't know if that's what's happening here, but I hate it when that is the case. God damn it. Oh, it's nice of them to leave the souls outside. Okay. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Like that. It does like a feint. I shouldn't have gone for the second one. That was stupid. Shit. Shit! I'm so bad. Maybe I should just do dodging. I just really like the counter. Because you get like a free fast heavy attack. So I feel like learning that mechanic and really getting it down is gonna be so valuable late game. Oh, you bitch. God damn it. For some, I don't know exactly how it works, because sometimes I get the perfect parry, but I don't get the fast heavy, and that's when I get hit. Well, not always, but some of the time. So I don't really get how that works. Maybe it's that is there a difference between like getting a parry in general and getting a perfect parry and then a dodge? Or maybe it depends on what type of attack it is. Like that one. Maybe that's like a heavy enough attack where I couldn't really handle. Oh. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. The mobs in this game has like a home-seeking attack. It's like when they attack, they like lock in on you and just magnetically is absorbed or like magnetically drags towards you. So the dodging feels terrible. Shit. God. Okay, you do have iframes. I didn't think about that. I should definitely use... Oh. Oh, wait. Actually, okay, so that's a grapple, and grapples you can't counter. You're gonna have to dodge those. I see. So now I gotta realize what's a fucking grab and what's not. Yeah, I'm not gonna beat it this time because I fucked up too much. But I also remember that you can create weak points and stuff like that. So maybe if I attack someone, it gets like a bloody area. Do I do more damage on that specific area? I have nothing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I like a the camera kind of screwed me over there because I couldn't really see him when he jumped into the air. That was annoying. Alright, it's fine. Man, they really set the tone with the first boss, huh? Damn it. Shit. God, I fucking hate the feints. You're a Yeti, not a goddamn fucking Mike Tyson. Yeah, fucking piece of shit. Oh, do I get a little bit of lacrima each time I fail so I can level up? That's nice of them. Screw you. What? Oh, it didn't go through. Okay. What the? I've seen... Oh, it's that attack. I was like, I don't think I've seen that one before. Okay. Roar! He's gonna do the big boulder. Oh, it was the grapple. I was thankfully too far away from him. Ah, you piece of shit. Yeah. Oh, here's the boulder. Okay, okay. Back up so I can actually see where he jumps. That helps. Okay, I definitely guarded that one, but okay, game. What do I do? Okay. Okay. What? How the hell does the hitbox work in this? Okay, that was lucky. Yeah, stay down. Okay, can we... He doesn't have a fucking... He doesn't have a bar! What the hell? He didn't have a stagger bar! Why wasn't he staggered? I couldn't do the fucking finishing. That's why I was like waiting, because I was like, where's the prompt to like do the special move? What the hell? Game's screwing me over here. Oh, okay. Definitely need to get better at reading that paint. Okay. I didn't get the... Why? Why do I keep attacking when I don't get the perfect parry? That's why I die. That's why I get hit. My reactions are too bad. Alright, White Ape. It's time for you and me to finish this dance of tango. That did not... I dodged that one. Okay. Jesus. This is so painful. Stamina, 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 stamina. Hey. Oh. Okay. Shouldn't have done the second one. That was greedy. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And no more heals, but that's fine. I work better under pressure. You gotta do your little frosty thing. Oh, that was... damn. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Oh, I'm frosted. I'm slow. Oh no, that was the... God damn it. I hate grapples. I hate grapples. In every single Souls-like. Yes, even in like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, the grapples are so unfair. They're cool though, so I'll allow it. They do make for great cinema. Cinema. Oh boy. Okay, I feel like the game is not responding as it should. Check again. Oh boy, I just get... my stamina disappears in a single hit if I don't perfect parry. Oh god, damn it. They actually, like, this is one of the most fair grapples in these kind of boss fights I've seen. I'm just bad at recognizing it. Oh. Because they even have like the sound cue, which is very appreciated. Okay. Wow. Laser fucking sight in that one. Okay. Roar. Pimp slap me. God damn it, grapple. Shit. My reaction times are too bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna clear it this time. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh, big boulder. No, I thought I was gonna make it in time and get the stagger. Oh, I might have even beaten him if I managed to do that. Damn it. I didn't trust myself that I would be able to dodge or parry one more move, so I just wanted to go for the greed. Never go for the greed. I shouldn't have hit there. I never. Why do I keep doing it? Don't hit on the down slams. That's when I get groggy. At least I gotten pretty good at that one. Oh, damn. Okay. Didn't realize I could hit like that. But I didn't have any stamina left to do a follow-up, though. Nope. Ow. Okay. Wow. Roar. He's hungry, he's hungry. I usually clutch these. Come on. Okay, so best way is just to stand still when he does that. In the butt. Yeah, do you like that? Shit. Locking in. Gotta lock in. No greed, no greed. Locking in. Yeah, bitch. How do you like that shit? Woo! Easy. Well, not easy, but that was a fun boss. I mean, I complained a lot, but That's what you do when you're a real gamer. You complain about bullshit that is totally not your own fault and not because of your skill level. That was fun. It was fun learning that boss and getting the hang of the parries and stuff like that. I really love good like parry mechanics in games like this. That's why I like Sekiro is also phenomenal that way, because it feels so good just getting the timing down. What have we here? Oh, it's a dark sign. Let's fucking go. That Yeti just faced a cold-blooded murderer. Okay, what's happening? Loading, loading. Storm Pass. Brutal attack. Oh, here we go. Soul Edge. The antithesis to Soul Calibur. The darkness of the world. You will die.
I was lucky it was the Bantu who found me.
I was all out of healing items. Jesus. I wonder who that demon thing is. That it's like control and trying to take your body. Because I mean, there's gotta be, it's his own story and mythology, I'm sure. But clearly it's based off of like northern, like mythology. Well, maybe not the mythology, but northern like culture. So I wonder if there's like, if there's any relation to like the mythology as well. You're about to be a berserker because the demon will claim your mind and you will go crazy. Can I Ooh. Got some sick new gear from the monkey. Nice. Fully equipped. Fully equipped. Used to craft consumables. Okay. Can I... Oh, I just realized I need to change the... I've been playing this game without... Oh, I can't even change resolution. Uh-oh. Can I change the canvas? I've been playing this with the wrong resolution this entire time. That's... Yikes. That's bad. That's real bad. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because I think I'm gonna end stream now anyway, but for next time I probably should fix that. Okay, I can't do it while I am actively streaming. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is we beat the starting boss. We got to the next area. We finished the tutorial. I feel like this is a great place to stop. So we will. Oof. Okay. First stream back in such a long time, and as it looks right now, on Saturday, we will have a little more streaming time. Which is... yeah. I don't think... I mean, maybe I'll stream some more KHAZAN tomorrow. I'm not sure, but I think I might not, since the stream is Saturday as well. But anyway, thank you everyone who came by and dropped by for watching. It was a lovely time, and man, that first Berserk game feels pretty cool, pretty sweet. Felt pretty polished. I just need to, you know, get good. But it was really fun, and oh boy, the new updates sound so much fun, sounds so awesome. As soon as we get the update for Monster Hunter, I'll be playing that. As soon as we get the update for the Path of Exile, I'll be doing that. So it's just a lot of good things.